Hello? Let me know if you can hear me. Hello to Virgil and Shire and Trey and Ifkin and Shady and Watchface and to anyone else who might be lurking. Hello. Hope you guys are doing well. Hey, you guys, can you guys let me know if you can hear me? Let me just switch over to the stream here. And oh, my headphones sound a bit crackly. I hope that's just on my side. Okay, that's... You can hear me? Okay, excellent. Okay, so let me get the game running. This time, I'm actually going to remember to hit record so that I have good quality footage to work with when I do the supercut. So open the game. Open this. Close this. Sounds good? Okay, great. Just waiting for the game to load. So how you guys been? Okay, game is running. So switch over to game capture. Turn this off. Transition. There we go. And let me hit record. Start recording. Okay, excellent. Recording. Okay, there we go. How am I? I'm doing good. I've actually been doing okay with the power. The thing is though, our power's only been going off for like 2 hours a day, but every single time the power decides to go off at 8 p.m, which is like the exact streaming time. And I can't really stream earlier than that because then everybody else is still asleep on the other side of the world, and I can't stream later than that because then I'm so tired that I don't have enough energy to really like engage with chat properly. Vacation's been pretty cool. I'm doing great though. Word of warning, Seapuff, you went from competing against Baldur's Gate 3 to competing against Armored Core 6. Ah, damn it! Too many good things coming out. Okay, so for anyone who either missed what was going on last time or you just need a quick catch up, we are on the planet Noveria. We are here chasing a lead that Benezia, who is Liara's mother, is here on business working for Saren, and she is up in a facility called Peak 15, and she has brought Geth with her. So we have just been doing a bunch of like, what would you call it, corporate espionage to get a pass so that we can go up to the peak so that we can go confront her and find out what she's up to and what she's doing here. So we are about to board the Mako and head up that way and see what's up and what Saren is doing on this planet. It wouldn't be a government blackout if it wasn't as inconvenient as possible. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's get going. Oh, let me know if the Mako is a little too loud because it tends to make a lot of noise. Okay, here we go. Seapuff, you're going to have a nightmare trying to stream in October. There's a bunch of good stuff coming out then. I'll just have to pick my times properly. The thing is, there's always going to be good stuff coming out. It's just that Baldur's Gate 3 was such a big deal and it's such a time sink. I fully understand where last time, and I think that's the reason. I don't know, maybe I'm just boring, who knows. But I fully understand why there was a lower amount of people in stream, just because Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, that's the kind of game you put on and you play for like 12 hours a day. Okay, we've got some guys coming up. Oops. Mako controls. Here we go. Get rid of you, there we go. Oh great, they've got a bunch of shields up, so hold on. Okay, good. Oh, more shields, fantastic. Take care of you, take care of you. Come on. Either I have gotten worse driving this thing, or the controls are a bit whack. Oh, here we go. Oh, good. Armatures, fantastic. Get rid of that as much as possible. As I said, I know my controller has slight drift to it, but I think the Maker just controls terribly. That's not a surprise to literally anyone, but I think that's just what it is. Is that everyone? Oh no, wait, I see somebody on the map. Here we go. Okay, that should be everyone. Wait, is that a crate? I'm gonna leave it. I'm not gonna bother with that. I don't feel like dealing with that. But I was saying, there's always going to be like something coming out that people want to play. It's just, I understand that like Baldur's Gate 3, because of the kind of game it is a massive time sink. Like, that's the kind of game you put on and you think you're just going to play it for a few hours, and then you look up and it's been like 13 hours and you haven't moved, you haven't had lunch, nothing. Gotta give it up to the Geth. They're willing to square up the Space Bradley. I almost drove off the side there because I'm reading chat. It is satisfying hitting them with the cannon, like the ground troops. People ask me like, why don't you just drive over them? And I mean, I could, but the Maker controls so janky. It's just quicker and more satisfying just to take them out with the massive cannon. I see something on my radar. Oh, there you are. Okay, excellent. Moving forward. Whoops. Getting this way. It's a shame the weather is so terrible in this part, because usually when you're in a Mako mission, there's some really nice scenery in some of the Mako story missions that you drive past. I would spend like half an hour when I was playing just on my own game, just taking screenshots of the environment. That's the one thing about the Legendary Edition. If you look at some of the concept art and you look at like the original 360 version of the game, you can see what they were trying to do, but the graphic limitations kind of nerfed it slightly. But then you look at the Legendary Edition and I think it's a much closer realization of the art direction than the original game was. Don't go off the edge. Doing my best not to go off the edge. This way. I have so many screenshots from being in the Mako. Yeah. Like, even on some of the Uncharted worlds, there are some of them which are so gorgeous. And granted, the Legendary Edition, which is the version I'm playing, they've updated the graphics a lot. They've really spruced it up, given it massive texture overhaul, massive polygon increase and things like that. The lighting engine is an absolute beast compared to what it was originally. But at the same time, like, switching from the first game to the second game is shocking. Okay, I remember this fight being a bit of a nightmare. So let me just... Oh, we've got a freezing hazard. Hold on. Okay, everybody pull out your guns. What guns have you got? Garrus, why are you using the pistol? You don't use pistols. Okay, everybody inside, please. Garrus? That almost didn't make it, but we got it. Okay. Oops. Let me see. Do I have... Oh, no, that's not this game. Okay, I need you, both of you, to come with me, please, because last time, when I was playing by myself, you guys chilled in this room and left me alone to face up against, like, shock troopers and whatnot. Okay, good. Which way? Oh, this way. Okay, here we go.
Cameras online.
Glad to have you both with me this time. Overload. Actually, let me pull out the sniper. Especially if there are Krogans, because I don't want them regenerating health. After I spend like half an hour trying to take them down. I don't know if I took that guy down or if he's gonna get back up again. We'll have to see. Liara, do you guys want to help me, or are you cool just chilling back there? Whatever. Okay, back to this. Thank you. Excellent. Good job, Liara. At least you shot him as well, instead of just dropping him on my head. Okay, I don't know if he's down, but...
User alert. All Peak 15 facilities have suffered a great deal of damage.
That's good.
Biohazard materials present throughout facility. Virtual intelligence user interface offline.
Okay, that's it.
We need to get the reactors back online.
Okay, good. That went much better than it did when I played this myself. Last time, Garrus and Liara, they got stuck behind like the hangar door or something, so I had to do that entire fight all by myself. And I'm playing at a higher difficulty in my own game, granted. But I think I died like 2 or 3 times just because I was all by myself and I had nobody to help me. And it was really frustrating, and they're just chilling and they're like hearing the sound of gunfire, wondering, I wonder what that's about. I think it's this way. I lost it at the camera panning to Liara doing absolutely nothing. Yeah. She tries her best. Thing is, her biotic abilities are really overpowered. But she has to actually help you. Oh. Okay, I think it's okay. They don't seem to be reacting to me, so I think it's alright.
Why are the turrets facing the wrong way?
They want to keep their people in as much as they want to keep others out.
As long as they don't start shooting at me, then I'm happy. But let me pull out my gun anyway. Which way? We'll go here first, because there's some equipment. Ah, yes, my old nemesis. The decryption minigame in Mass Effect 1. This way. Oh, elevator. Okay, cool. Okay, guns away. Seeing Liara levitate the Krogan raises an awkward question. What's the point of banning firearms if Asari commandos can come in without a problem? Yeah. I know there are biotic inhibitors. Oh, there's a lot of things on my radar. There are biotic inhibitors, but I don't think they're present
Enemy sighted.
on Noveria. Ah, you got him? Okay, cool.
Soft kill deployed.
Okay, great. Go this way. That's what I wanted. There we go. Ah, you got him. Okay, excellent.
What was that?
Animals, wind. This place is in bad shape.
Fun. Ah! So we have giant space bugs. That's fantastic. I actually forgot in the first game you can talk to your squad mates.
Now is not the time.
Okay, never mind. I guess you can't talk to your squad mates in the first game.
What were those?
And Garrus is dead. Goodbye. Ah, he's fine. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Except, oh, Garrus is really low on health. Hold on. Unity, please? Why not? Is it because I'm on the stairs?
Metagel
There we go.
deployed.
Okay, excellent. I think Unity in the first game is just when they go down. I think Metagel and Unity are treated as separate commands. I've been playing a lot of the second game and they completely revamped the controls, so it's a little rough going back to the original and trying to remember what everything does and what they changed. You will never not laugh at Garrus blocking my fire. He's extremely zealous in wanting to be helpful and useful, and he gets it right about 99% of the time, except he has a bad habit of standing directly in my line of fire. I have a vague memory of there being friendly fire in the first game at least.
Perimeter clear.
On the PS3, but I can't remember if I'm remembering incorrectly. Eat the space shrimp, turn them into a nice cocktail. No, they spit like acid at you. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. If I did, it's fine. It's only like equipment. I can buy more if I need to. He's just standing there, menacingly. I mean...
Now it gets fun.
Let's get rid of these things quick before I continue. Get rid of the space aphids.
A backup power system, Commander. It must be for the station's mainframe.
The damage is not extensive. It could be repaired.
You say that, but the creaking metal has me far less, what's the word? Not enthusiastic. I don't know. I'm hearing creaking metal. I'm hearing the shriek of bugs. It doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. Okay, this minigame. Hold on. Oh, we have to turn on the power first before we can do this. Okay, let me see if I remember how. Okay, that's locked. That's locked. I can turn this on. Maybe this opens one of the doors.
Critical startup error. Virtual intelligence user interface offline. Manual boot required.
Okay, manual boots. Where? Let me check the journal. Computer staff. In the virtual intelligent program has suffered some kind of failure and requires a manual reboot. Did I just have to look at that for it to tell me that? Or did this... Okay, this opened up. No. Can I go here now? Yes, now. Okay, I had to look at that power conduit for it to tell me to come here. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. If you boil one of these creatures, do you think they'll turn even more red like a lobster? I don't know. The VI core appears inoperational. You can attempt to manually reconfigure the databanks or use OmniGel to repair the damaged systems. I'm going to attempt it until I can't deal with it anymore, and then I'm going to use OmniGel if it takes too long. Because it's a lot of this. Let me see. Choose module to move. How? Oh, I see. Okay, so then you here, then you here. No, you there, you there, you there. Can I put this here? No, I can't put it there. Okay, hold on. You there. You there. Go over there. No. How do you do this again? Go there. Go there. Go there. No, because I'm back where I started. No. Like I said, I'm just gonna mess with this a while and then I'm gonna use OmniGel because trying to figure this out... Oh! I thought it had to go to the middle. Oh well, never mind. I guess I was making it harder on myself for no reason.
It looks like you're trying to restore this facility. Would you like help?
Yes, please.
You're the virtual intelligence that runs this place?
This system is monitored to respond to the name Mira. May I ask your name?
Commander Shepard. I work for the Citadel's Special Tactics and Reconnaissance.
One moment, please. Council authority confirmed. You are entitled to secure access of all systems. Please note that queries relating to corporate secrets require privileged access. Privileged access is only available to Binary Helix executives. This system is ready to process queries. You may access me at any holographic interface within Peak 15.
Okay, well, first and foremost, we need to find out where Benezia is.
I need to find Matriarch Benezia.
Lady Benezia departed on the passenger tramway to the Rift Station subsidiary labs. User alert. The tramway system is currently inoperable.
What's the situation here?
One moment, please. Diagnostics in progress. Critical failure. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. Critical failure. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger tram systems are offline. Report complete. Do you have an additional system status query?
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
I'm not sure how that's like... Oh, here we go. Okay, what... Your shutdown... Okay, I've done damage report. Let's check what her final logs are before we check anything else.
Tell me what occurred immediately before you shut down.
Stage 1 alert issued at Hot Labs. Contaminants released from Laboratory Pod Gamma. Emergency protocols implemented. Stage 2 alert issued at Hot Labs. Isolation tube breached. Tram shut down. Landline to Hot Labs disconnected. Stage 3 alert issued locally. Contaminants in tram tunnels. Station shutdown and evacuation initiated. Code Omega sent.
So by contaminants, I'm guessing she means these space bugs.
What sort of contaminants escaped?
I'm sorry, Commander. Inquiries related to our research require privileged
Now,
access.
of course.
Only executives of Binary Helix have that level of clearance.
I would ask if my Spectre status would override that, but we are not in Citadel space, so the officialness of my status is... How do I put it? It's more like an extended... Why can't I think of the word today? It's a politeness extended by the companies here at Noveria. Because this is in Citadel space, I don't think Spectres actually have any official weight that they can throw around here. So it sucks, but I don't think saying I'm a Spectre will allow Mira to give me any information. Okay, I just asked about the hostile creatures. She said she can't give me information. Let's check. Why was she shut down?
Why were you taken offline?
In the event, Peak 15 must be sterilized for security purposes. My program and data are purged.
This is a stupid question because she's not alive, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
They kill you if something goes wrong?
My systems are permanently disabled. To be killed, I would need to be alive. I am merely a database program.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I wonder if this gives me the same... I mean, she'll say the same thing, that she can't give me any information, but I wonder if this just triggers the same line of dialogue.
The creatures we've encountered
Ah,
here.
here we go.
Did they come from the labs?
I'm sorry, Commander. Inquiries related to our research require privileged access. Only executives of Binary Helix have that level of clearance.
Okay, so we have to get things back online so that we can get to the hot labs, because that is where Benezia went. Okay.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
Okay, we need...
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
We need to get the landlines, main lines, whatever they're called.
User alert.
Yes, thank
Landline
you.
connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
Okay, landlines. We need to get the landlines back up so we can get the tram system going. But I think we want to get everything else running first. More of an ambassador? Kind of. Not Vermite. Noveria actually allowed me to carry my weapons into the station because I'm a Spectre. So Spectre status is recognized to a certain degree. This is where we came from. So Spectre status is Hi, Garrus. Is recognized to a certain degree, but I don't think like this facility...
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures.
I'm aware. Thank
Manual
you.
restart required.
Okay, that goes up to the roof. That
User
goes to
alert.
the trams.
Landline connections are disabled. Passenger.
Let me actually check the map. So this goes to... Okay, that goes to the tram. That goes to the cafeteria. I think this is where we came from. Now that goes to the reactor. Okay, so we do actually need to go
Trams
there.
are offline.
And Liara got left behind. So anyway, like I was saying, so Spectre status is recognized on Noveria to a certain degree, but this facility is being hired out by Binary Helix. And as far as their company is concerned, they have no reason to give me access to their files because they're not in Citadel space. I technically have no authority here.
Now entering main reactor. User alert. Main reactor. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
Yeah, you missed the user alert watch face, but don't worry,
User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
By the way, guys, the passenger trams are offline. I don't know if you caught that the first 50 times she said that. Okay, Metagel. Okay, my radar is jammed, so that means there are Geth around here. Ah, there they are. Ah,
Jammers online.
behind this, thank you. Oh wow, okay, he's right here. For some reason, I don't know why.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
I don't know why the enemies rush you in the first game. Garrus, oh, there's one more guy. I was about to say, Garrus, will you get up for me? But he's not going to recover until I get rid of everyone. And because there's only one guy left, I don't feel like wasting.
The HE3 fuel line is cut.
Thank you, Liara. I don't know why the enemies rush you in the first game. It's really counterintuitive. I can't hit him. There's a thing in the way.
User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required.
Okay, there we go. So, Metagel for everyone, and we're back up and
User
running.
alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
Why is the main reactor shut down? If only we knew. It's a mystery. Do you have anything to say?
Turians don't like the cold, Shepard. Did I ever mention that?
You've got heats in your suit. You'll be fine. Oh, it was that easy. Okay. I was expecting a really annoying MIDI game, but if you're just going to turn them back on, that's fine. I'm not going to complain too much about that. They knew you had a sniper rifle, so rushing you is actually a good idea. You know what? That's an excellent point.
User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
So what are we doing next, guys? I'm a little lost. I can't... Oh, hey, Mira.
Online. How may I assist you?
I actually thought you were a crate. So... sorry, you keep... What are landline? No, I'm not going to ask her.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
I thought she was a crate of ammo. And I would have asked her what the landlines are for the bit, but I'm already losing my mind. And as far as that goes, so let's not extend our torture any longer than we have to. User alert. Turians don't like the cold. Did we ever mention that? He's got heats in his suit. Turian suits are equipped
User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
This isn't a timed mission, and yet it... Oh!
Take cover!
And yet it feels like one, because every minute I have to listen to her reminding me what to do. Feels like an eternity. So it's not a timed mission, and yet you feel pressed to finish it as fast as possible. Anyway, let's go to the roof. The VI in this mission takes away any feelings of guilt of taking out the VI on the moon. No, I still feel bad about taking out the VI on the moon.
Now exiting to the roof. User alert. Landline connections are... User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
They're gonna start arguing like that scene in Airplane when they're talking about the white zone is for the loading and unloading of baggage only or whatever it was. She's gonna start arguing with herself in a second. You out. You out. Do you mind? Okay.
We got them all, Shepard.
Get you guys patched up. Okay, let's please turn on the landlines, because if I have to listen to Mira one more time. Ah, thank goodness. Did the alerts just overlap each other? Yes, Mira is having a bit of an existential crisis. She's just gonna start arguing with herself.
Connections restored. Processing new data. User alert. Unable to connect to hot lab facilities.
Tell me what happened.
Oh, I asked that already.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
Okay, so Benezia is at the hot labs. That's where we need to go.
Give me a status report on the hot labs.
I am sorry. The network connections to the labs have been damaged. Data is limited.
You have no idea what's going on inside.
I'm afraid not. My last log entry is shortly after the Stage 2 containment alert was sounded.
Facility overview.
Give me an overview of the facility.
The hot labs isolate dangerous biological or cybernetic contaminants during development. The complex is built within a glacier. In the event of an accident, it can be irradiated and sunk into the ice.
Yeah, I think that's why it's called the hot labs. Somebody who knows more about biology should inform me if hot labs is like an actual term, or if they call it the hot labs because when shit goes down, they set it on fire and sink it into a glacier to make sure nothing escapes.
What's the status of Rift Station?
Rift Station has been locked down by the staff. There are presently no contaminants within the facility.
Okay. Okay, I've asked about all these things. Staff. Oh, let's ask about the staff.
The staff is alive then?
Yes, though the number of personnel is below the official staff count.
Why is Rift Station locked down?
Emergency procedures require each facility to isolate itself to prevent the spread of contagion. It would also appear that there are several employees quarantined for medical treatment.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
If it's locked down, will I be able to enter?
The passenger trams can bring you to the facility. Further access will be at the discretion of the security forces there.
Okay, so we can actually go to the hot labs. We don't need to do anything else here to get access, which is good. And I've asked all these things. Okay.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
She's gonna start being like, user alert. Labs are up and running. Facility back to full functionality. And she's just gonna keep saying that for the next, like, 12 hours that I'm stuck in this facility. Hey Sats, your LAN party got cancelled? If the VIs were here ever became AI, user alert would be what they say at the start of every conversation, like Alcor and emotions, probably. And the thing is, they would probably be fully aware of how annoying it is, and that would be why they do it. Because with my experience with true AIs in the game so far, their most unifying trait seems to be that they love antagonizing organics, but purely in a way that makes them the most annoying. I don't know if we're going to have any more of the space bugs popping out of the vents, so let me just pull my gun just in case. Yeah, thought so. Okay, good. So that way we've been...
Clear.
That's the cafeteria. I'm not sure if that's where we came from or not. This goes to the trams. Let me just double check if I've been to the cafeteria. I think I have, but I'd rather double check just to make sure. We've got more creaking metal. That's always fun. I have no mouth and I must user alert. I don't think we've been here, no. Oh no, we did. This is where we came in. Okay, excellent. Just making sure, because I would rather double back and make sure than I would miss something, because this game punishes you if you don't check all your angles. Like if you just kind of blunder forward and you don't work smart, this game can really punish you for it. So we're going to the trams. Races built from computers love trolling. How expected. You know what, when you put it that way, you're right.
Now entering decontamination and transit hub.
Do you have any...
alert.
There we go.
Loose contaminants in the decontamination chamber. Access to passenger tramways inadvisable.
I was about to ask if she has a user alert for me, and she did. Glad I went in here first.
The door could be finessed. It appears that the trams to the subsidiary stations are beyond it.
Control group, loosen the... They're in... Can't escape. The tunnels now. We're sorry. The leads couldn't get to the struck. Get out while you can.
He killed himself because he was part of whatever happened here?
He must have felt there was no hope of surviving, that killing himself would be easier.
That's a darn shame. If he had, like, just given himself, like, another hour, we could have gotten to him. I wonder if I can... I can decrypt this, okay. Woo! Let's see if I can do it. No, timing was off. Almost. Okay, let's try again. It would be great if my controller's drift can just work with me for like the 5 seconds I need to do this. There we go. Excellent, that's a problem I no longer have to deal with. Let's draw our guns, because these things really enjoyed coming out of the vents. And I still see red spots on my navigation. Actually, do we have any better equipment I can give you guys? I don't really use assault rifle, don't really use shotguns. I mean, the stiletto is better than what I have, so I'll just grab that. Any better sniper rifle? Ah, yes. Nothing better there, nothing better there. This is better than what I've got on, so I'll put on this. It's better than what you're wearing, so I'll give you that to you. It's better than what you've got. You don't really use tech, so I don't see the point of giving you an Omni tool. Give you a stiletto. You don't really use any other guns, so that's fine. Garrus doesn't use pistols. Okay, your assault rifles are up to scratch, and I'll give you this all the same. The heat sink capacity is not as good, but you know what? That's fine. We can deal with that. And do I have any armor for you? No. And I don't really want to give you this one because it takes away everything else and you don't really need the cooldown. Okay, excellent. And I saw some squad points as well, so let me just deal with that quickly. Sorry everyone, I just want to do this because it'll help me stay alive. Okay, charm is filled up. Let's pump these into Spectre training. Give you some lift because you've been using that a lot. And give you assault train. Okay, there we go. Excellent. Moving forward. Ah. Oh, you got him. Good job. Interesting, it decides to come through the vents after I've left the room. Ah. Ew. I just realized
Clear.
where the characters store the shotgun is just begging for a spinal injury. Yeah. The pistol goes on the right hip. The sniper goes on the back. The assault rifle goes on the back. And the shotgun, I think, is the one at the bottom. I'm not too sure. It's a little hard to tell when they're folded up. Okay, here are the trams. Nothing else here. I'm not putting my gun away until we're clear, because again, these things like to jump scare you. I think we're safe, but let's have a look. Okay, I think we're okay. Let's get going then.
Departing Central Station. Destination, Rift Station.
Do you have a user alert for us? No, she does not. Incredible. You actually highly enjoy the level up sequences? I suppose it can be satisfying to watch. I'm just always concerned
Now
that it's...
arriving at Rift Station, Binary Helix Research Facility.
Do you have a user alert for us? No. See, now that I've caught on to her gig, she's not doing it anymore. Like I was saying, I can understand where it can be satisfying. I'm just worried that I bore people. Leora, why are you using the assault rifle? You don't know how to use an assault rifle. Okay, let's see. Okay, that goes to the labs, but it's locked. And this way goes to the barracks. So we want to go this way. We check. Let me just check. I saw it was locked, but I just want to make double sure. Okay, no. Emergency exit only. Because again, the game punishes you if you're impatient and just kind of run through things. The game expects you to be thorough. Lamb source cannot be located. Ah, we've got people.
Stand down.
Hey there.
Sorry, we couldn't be sure what was on the tram.
No autopsy, no foul. That's an amazing response.
I'd only be upset if they'd fired.
Even hopped up on stems, my people know the rule. 2 legs good, 4 legs bad. Look, you're human and that's enough that I won't shoot, but I'd like to know who you are.
My name's Shepard. I'm a Spectre.
Huh. I won't look a heavily armed horse in the mouth. The aliens overran the hot labs last week. Only Han Olar got out and he ain't all there anymore. The first we knew, the bastards were clawing into my command post. We had a lot more staff then.
I mean, considering you're like still alive, considering our track record of trying to locate teams who have gotten into trouble, I think this is the first group of soldiers that we've come across where anyone is still alive. So far, every single time we've been sent to investigate some or other giant fuck up, we'd arrive and find everybody dead. So you are officially the most competent group of soldiers I've come across so far, if only by, like, comparison.
You were taken by surprise and had civilians to protect. You did a good job, Captain.
Yeah? Sure as hell doesn't feel like it. The board sent an Asari to clean up the mess. She went to the hot labs yesterday. We haven't heard from her since.
I'm not gonna let any of your people die.
All I can do is hold out here and protect the civilians.
There's an emergency elevator out by the trams. This card will let you activate it. Can take you down to the hot labs.
Oh, if you need any first aid, Dr. Cohen's downstairs in the med bay.
Well, let's see if we can find out what exactly is going on.
Tell me about Rift Station.
I can't talk about everything. What do you need to know?
Let's check if they'll be okay here. He said they're on stims, which is concerning.
Tell me about the defenses here.
Secure enough that you shouldn't poke in corners.
I was just impressed with your operation. Being able to weather a week of assaults is no mean feat.
Only the best get assigned to high-security facilities like this. What impresses me most is the turrets, alarms, and cameras. They're all routed through a central location out by the quarantine labs. One guy can lock down the whole facility. The security hub's the last logical fallback, and we'd have cover from the turrets all the way.
Okay.
What kind of research is done here?
Beats me. I'm not supposed to know. So long as people don't start dying, it's not my problem.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I suppose that's the best way to stay alive in a dodgy corporate genetics company, is don't ask questions, do the job that you're assigned to do, and pretend you don't see anything else.
What can you tell me about the aliens?
Ask Dr. Olar. He's the only one who made it out of the hot labs. He's the only Volus left in here.
Okay, I'll speak to him later.
I need to know more about the situation in the hot labs.
The facility's off the network. The only way to find out would be to send scouts down the elevator, and I won't send my people to their death.
Did the aliens come from inside the facility, or did they attack from the outside?
You want my personal opinion? Labs like that exist to do stupid crap that gets people killed.
Agreed. See, I like this guy. He's working for a dodgy corporation, but he seems to... Like I said, he's like one of the most competent people I've met in this game so far.
Tell me about the structure of the hot labs.
It's built into one of the glaciers further down the mountain. Real old, thick, stable. If something goes wrong, they heat it up and sink it into the ice. Normally, the crew gets to the labs using a tram from Central Station. We've got an elevator that connects directly, but it's for emergency use only.
Listen. I'm not sending my people down there. It's too dangerous. You understand?
Noted. And I'm not going to make him. Okay, the hot labs. Benezia.
You're certain the matriarch is still in the hot labs?
She hasn't come back here. You came through Central Station, so she ain't there.
Your stuff.
How are your people holding up?
We weren't expecting the initial wave. They made it inside. We lost some good people. Those of us left are short-handed. We've kept order by long shifts and stems. I don't like it, but I don't see an alternative.
Yeah, that's not good. It's really not good at all. I can't remember if I've asked him about the hot labs or if that was an offshoot conversation that we just had. Because he just talked about sinking it into the glacier. I think we did talk about that. Okay.
I've got work to do.
Yeah, I hear that. Hell! Man the perimeter!
Yeah, here we go. Is that it?
Clear.
Okay. Well done, everyone.
Thanks for the help. Every few hours a group comes up the tram tunnel. It's actually better since we locked down the elevator.
I'll do whatever I can.
I don't know why they keep throwing themselves against our defenses. Even animals should learn not to stick their noses where it hurts.
Okay. Got some Paragon points for that. So his men are all hyped up on stims, which is not great.
I'd kill for a P204. Just hold down the trigger and zap. Hallway full of flash-boiled bugs.
Okay, well he seems to be holding up okay. Let's go this way. Go this way. Okay, that goes there. Anything to grab here? No. This way. And here we are. And we've got survivors. Fantastic. Who said they miss Mira? Am I gonna have to like block you? No, I'm joking. I won't. I won't.
Where did they come from? Were they in the lab? I never went in.
Okay, there we go. I'm seeing green. We see, hit this, see if it's back up. Okay, you're back? Okay, sorry about that. I have absolutely no idea what happened. My machine, I don't know if it was the Wi-Fi or if it was just my laptop, but something decided to die there for a second. No idea why. User alert! Somebody said this is what I get for bad-mouthing Mira. You're right. Mira decided to take revenge on me for making fun of her telling me that the landlines were back online. So she just decided to disconnect them, I suppose. She reached in through the game and disconnected my landline. You slandered Mira. Tread more carefully next time. Okay, hopefully you guys didn't miss much. I'm in the lab. We're not in the hot labs. We are in the, I guess it's like the barracks where the survivors have convened. And I was just talking to these two to hear what's up. This lady was complaining that she's like 2 days away from retirement or something. And this guy was saying that he's very sad that the girl he was going to ask out is now a puddle on the floor. So I don't know if you guys missed anything else besides that. User alert, the stream is back online. Imagine streaming on dial-up. I actually don't know if that would even be possible, because I remember that trying to watch a YouTube video on dial-up, you would have to wait for the full thing to load before you could even hit play. Like on dial-up, Flash videos, which were just running through Flash, would stutter and not work properly just because it was too much information to go through dial-up. You didn't miss much? Okay, excellent. So let's talk to other people. I'm not going to bother talking to those two again. I gave you the highlights as well. This girl's contract was almost up, and she was like 2 days away from her contract being up, and terrifyingly, she has never seen these bugs, even though she works for this company, which means that this facility was not merely focused on only the bugs. This facility was also working on other things, which is a horrifying thing to think about, considering how badly the bug situation is going down. And like I said, the other guy's problem is he's sad the girl he asked out is a puddle on the floor. So that's what you missed. Let's talk to this one.
What?
Hello.
You're a member of the science teams.
Recently transferred, yes.
What do you do here?
Molecular genetics. I specialize in biotic-enhanced allele-specific hybridization.
Speak plain. No.
Yeah, that's a bit technical for me.
I am very good at tracking inherited variations in genetic sequences. I'm sure you would find it quite dull.
I can already tell that you've got a very sunny disposition.
Tell me about yourself.
I am Alestia Ialis from the University of Arrayas. Is there anything in particular you want to know, or should I just spout random facts?
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
Did I interrupt something?
I was meditating. I suppose to a species as brash as yours, it would appear to be inattention.
No, your weird hostility seems more like whatever.
You seem less upset about this situation than the others.
That is one of the virtues of the meditation you interrupted.
Okay, have you seen Benezia at all?
Do you know Matriarch Benezia?
Why ask me and not your friend?
Because I do not know anything about the matriarch.
Then why would I?
Well, I mean, you know what? I'm not going to argue with you. Bye.
That's all for now.
Then I will return to my meditations.
That's also such a stupid thing to say. I don't know why you lied about that, Liara. It would have been very funny if she's like, why are you asking about Benezia? Why don't you ask your Asari friend, since, you know, something microaggression, and then Liara can be like, actually, she's my mother. That would have been an amazing clapback, but I guess Liara doesn't want to make that information too public. Hello.
Uncertain. I welcome you. Cautiously, I am curious to know what you're doing here.
I heard there were some problems up here.
Furtively, I am concerned about the state of our guards. Many have been awake for days. For now, with forced cheer, I still have a limited supply of equipment to sell.
Shame this poor guy.
This doesn't seem like the time for commerce.
With nervous amusement. I have nothing else to do. Why not continue to run my kiosk?
I mean, fair enough.
Let's have a look.
Regretfully, most of my stock is being appropriated by Captain Ventralis.
Hey, I don't have dyslexia, but for some reason your name triggers my non-existent dyslexia, so I apologize. But hello, Obada. It's either Odaba or Obada. I'm glad you could make this stream. Do the Alcor ever lie about what they're feeling? I don't know. That's a very good question. Because, let me actually just look at this before I go into a lore dump. I just switched my outfit. 34, okay, this is 40. But the shields are really bad and the techs are really bad. Okay, never mind. Got a new shotgun, neither does anyone in my party. That is not as good as what I've got on. Not as good as what I've got on. Not as good as either me or Liara. This is a much better biotic amp for Liara though, I'll get that. And this is not as good as what I've got. I do want the license though. Okay, there we go. The thing is with the Alcor is, oops, when the Alcor do that thing where they put the tone indicator at the front of their sentence, that isn't actually the universal translator. Oh, I guess it wasn't as good as what she has already. Oh well. Because, no, I don't have biotics. The universal translator is actually not interpreting the pheromones. The Alcor have to literally say what their tone indicators are. It's not like the Hanar, where the universal translator is taking the bioluminescence and translating it into audible dialogue. The Alcor actually have to verbally say what they mean. So if any one of them has ever lied about what their tone is, I'm not sure. Maybe there's something in the codex that would explain it a little bit better. But that's a good question. I genuinely don't know. Hello.
What? No! Sorry. I haven't had much sleep since the attack. Is there something you need?
I would feel bad for waking him up, but Solarians, on average, per day, they sleep for 30 minutes out of a 24-hour period. So even if I woke him and he only was asleep for 15 minutes, that's actually a good amount of sleep for him. So he, like, if I had to wake somebody up, this was like the least harmful person to wake up.
What sort of work do you do here?
I can't say. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. If we survive, I'd like to keep my job. The location is terrible, but the pay is better than any other commercial lab.
I mean, that's fair enough.
You're not happy on Peak 15?
The outside world doesn't exist here, just walls of ice and rock. There's only the work, the discovery. It's easy to forget why science is guided by ethics. Maybe we're paying for that now.
You know what, I kinda know what he means. Solarians, they like to do the hyper-focus thing. You'll see that with some characters we meet in the second and third game as well. They like focusing on what they're doing and just shutting off distractions while they're doing it. So I kinda get this guy. But at the same time, this is a very shitty corporation. Somebody asked, can you ride Alcor? Like, would they let you ride them? No, because they come from a planet with extremely strong gravity. So they are, like, culturally and genetically very afraid of falling over. And having somebody on your back, like, that would be a nightmare for them. Although, apparently, like, I don't know, I have a vague memory, somewhere in the codex, they were talking about arming Alcor with, like, cannons that they would carry on their backs. So I guess it's not out of the question, but not for, like, fun. They wouldn't be down for that.
What do you know about the hot labs?
Nothing, I didn't work there. As far as I know, Han Olar was the only survivor.
Is he in the medical ward?
No, he's staying in the science team's quarters. Be gentle with him. He had a trying experience.
Noted.
What do you do here?
I'm a toxicologist. I can't talk about my work. Not that I'm doing anything since the accident.
There was an accident here?
I can't talk about what happened. Not here. Too public. Talk to Dr. Cohen in the medical ward. He was the project lead.
Okay. Again, as somebody who works with NDAs all the time, this place is a shit show, and it's very obvious that Binary Helix was doing some really, really terrible, unethical experimentation here, but I'm actually not gonna be too mean to this guy. Hot Labs, personal question.
How are you holding up?
It would be petty to complain after showering off a coworker's brain.
Oof.
None of us have had enough sleep since the attack. Of course, not all of us have guns.
Okay, Benezia.
I'm looking for an Asari.
Asari? Well, there's Dr. Ayalis over there. There's also our guest, Lady Benezia. Captain Ventralis might know where she is.
See, this guy has no problem telling me, just straightforward talking to me instead of being like all... What would you even call that? It's not when you are being racist, it's when you are accusing the other person of somehow being racist when that wasn't even close to being what's on their mind. There's like a word for that, but I forget what it is. I can't remember if I asked him about personal questions because I was too busy talking about riding Elcor.
What do you do here?
Okay, I did ask him this.
I'm a toxicologist.
Okay, yes.
I can't talk about my work. Not that I'm doing anything since the accident.
I'll talk to you later.
Remember to report any suspicious noises.
Well, I mean, I continuously hear metal creaking. I would consider that rather suspicious. Anyway, he seems okay. He seems more put together than most people here, but again, Solarians only need like 30 minutes of sleep a day, so that's probably why. How are you doing?
Got a smoke? We're all out.
Nah, I don't smoke, I'm sorry. And somebody said in the chat, yes, there is, somebody is trying to put together an all Elcor cast of Hamlet. We heard that on the news on the Citadel. Do you have anything else to say?
Been counting your kills? I'm up to 24.
I don't pay attention to that sort of thing, I'm very sorry.
Krogan, Hanar, these things. Doesn't matter what color they are, or how many legs they have. They're all out to screw us.
And I'm done talking to you now. Let's go to the medical bay. The rude Asari was coping. She was meditating to calm herself down and you interrupted her, so she had a focus for all her uncomfortable emotions. You know what? That's a good point. I mean, everybody's dealing with like supreme trauma at the moment, and it's like trauma that's busy, still ongoing, so let me not be too judgmental.
I know you'd have a cure by now. What do you want?
Hi?
I didn't mean to bother you.
No, you did nothing wrong. I'm just distracted.
That was like really sincere, like, you did nothing wrong, don't worry.
What happened to these people?
They're suffering from a toxin. There was an accident. I have a non-disclosure agreement. I shouldn't discuss it with anyone outside of the company.
Just grabbing a sip of Pepsi. Anyway, I can help.
But you're going to, because I might be able to help.
I'd like to think that the company finds our lives more valuable than their secrets. You know Mira, the VI for Peak 15?
No,
she handles
never
the
heard
safety
of her.
protocols for our experiments here.
Never heard of Mira before.
We reactivated her on our way through Central Station.
That was you? I'm grateful. Until she came online, the automatic equipment wouldn't work. We lost the connection to Mira in the middle of an experiment and the quarantine failed. These three were exposed to a toxin, something we were working on.
I understand your caution, but I need details. What you say won't go beyond these walls.
It's a bioweapon, based on an exotic life form discovered on the frontier. They wanted something that could kill the creature, but there was no profit in something that kills one species on the frontier. We kept working on it and adapted it to affect more species. Thoros B is highly infectious, but can't pass from one person to another, like a biowar attack without a pandemic spread.
It doesn't matter how safe you make it. Biological weapons are illegal.
Militaries, governments, they'll get this kind of weapon one way or another, and we're trying to limit the damage. I know you can't see that.
That's a very, very difficult moral situation. This definitely won't go wrong with bioweapons, yeah. So Shepard wouldn't be cool with it, like, absolutely not. Shepard has no time for this. I'm just trying to, like, weigh the options in my mind, because on one hand, he is correct. That's the kind of thing, I don't know, because is that, like, just something you tell yourself to justify why you're doing the research, or is it a completely correct observation to make? I'm not sure. I suppose it comes down to, even if that is something that might or will become a reality regardless, you should kind of not be part of that whole system, if that makes sense. Anyway, the only reason I'm trying to like figure it out is I'm trying to figure out how to respond to it. But I guess in Shepard's case, she would just be against it no matter what, because this is absolutely the kind of thing that she would not be cool with.
There's a reason the Citadel conventions forbid bioweapons, Doctor.
I didn't expect you'd understand. Our notes and equipment are locked in the quarantine labs. Captain Ventralis doesn't want to risk more contamination.
In this guy's defense, he totally just wrote off the fact that I don't agree with him and then moved on to the problem at hand, rather than to get into like a petty argument about it. I guess having people actively dying on your table makes you kind of just say, okay, listen, let's not debate this, let's just focus on the problem right now.
Is he right to keep people out?
No, the toxin has a brief period of viability. After that, it breaks down into simple protein chains. But he won't listen to me.
I'll talk to him. Maybe I can convince him to let me try.
I can't ask you to do this officially, but if you can do anything, I'd appreciate it.
What will it take to get the cure for these people?
The quarantine labs are near the science team's quarters. Once you're in there, look for our notes. It should just be a matter of following our processes.
Okay. Let's see what else.
How's the science team holding up?
Better than Ventralis' guards. They've been on alert since the first attack. They've been administering stims at their request. But every species needs to sleep. They're getting twitchy, irrational.
Are you the doctor here?
I'm a doctor, but not the doctor. My specialty is microbiology, not first aid. We had a medic, Dr. Salah, but we lost him. The automatics can handle basic treatment. Mira runs them.
Talk to you later.
I hope you can do something.
I think it's also interesting that when he starts talking about bioweapons, Garrus immediately jumps in with like outright anger. Because Garrus is, especially in the first game, he gets some character development later on, but especially in the first game, he's got a very black and white view of justice. So it's interesting that they actually had him like be the one to immediately jump in and yell about it being illegal. See,
this system is online and ready to provide emergency services.
Think you could run that equipment for us?
Certainly, Commander. One moment, please.
Okay, medical equipment back up and running. I don't think these guys have anything to say. I think they just kind of groan if you talk to them. Yep. Okay, so we need to find the note so he can bioengineer a cure. Pretty much everyone is a doctor here. Yeah, but it's like, it's different kinds. I don't know. No, because like Dr. Palin here, he wouldn't be any help because he works in toxicology. So would he even have any knowledge of first aid at all to help for that sort of thing? Because it's not a toxin, it's a biological weapon. So it's basically a weaponized virus, so he wouldn't be any help. How about you? You doing okay?
Science pukes. Should just bug out and leave to die. Their fault anyway.
Okay, so he's doing well.
Bug out.
Okay, let's just leave him be. Okay, this goes to quarantine and barracks. We need to talk to, I think his name is Phelan, they said? We need to talk to the, what are they called? Not the Elcor. Volus. We need to talk to the Volus doctor. Is this the right way? Let me just check the map. Captain Ventralis' office. What's this? Oh, that's to talk to him. Okay, that's where I am. Why is there a destination here? Let's see, medical bay, security, guard barracks. That goes downstairs to first aid, that goes over there. Security, and that goes all the way up there, which goes to Secure Lab. Okay, let's talk to the captain first, because we need to talk to him about allowing us to get the quarantine, to get into the quarantine area so that we can manufacture the cure. And then we have to go find the Volus. This place is so twisted and everything looks the same. It's very easy to get turned around in here, I find. Their only medical doctor is dead, so asking if someone is a doctor is pretty pointless. I guess so, but Shepard wasn't aware whether the doctor was dead or not.
Something you need?
I've heard about the problems in the quarantine lab. I'd like to recover the toxin cure.
God, I wish we could help those guys. I really do, but we can't risk contamination now.
We're not part of your defense plans. We're consuming extra rations, extra Metagel.
Yeah, but you also have extra guns. Alright, you want to gamble with your life, you're not under my command. I'll have the guard let you in, but he'll lock the door behind you. He'll run a full scan before he'll let you out. If there are any anomalies, you stay in there.
Those are reasonable precautions.
I'll radio ahead to let the guard know. Good luck.
Okay, and that's all we can do.
I've got
there.
work to do.
You and me both.
Okay, now before we do that, we need to find the Volus. Again, this place is such a maze. It's a little difficult to figure out where everything is. And then there's like a million doors between you and certain areas. Okay, that goes to first aid over there. This goes to quarantine, which is where the cure is. So I think this is the direction the Volus is. No, but we can grab some stuff here, so that's fine. Even if I don't use the equipment I find, I can sell it for money, so that's fine. It's always worth it to grab some stuff here. Grab that, grab that. Ventralis is so cool. Yeah, he seems fine. Like I said, he's like the most competent soldier we've come across in this game so far. Oh, you know what? This is the direction we need to go to, because it takes us first to the science facility, I think. I don't know what to call it. And that's where the Volus is. And then that leads to the quarantine lab. Are you basically looting what is essentially a refugee camp that is running out of supplies? I mean, I guess. There we go. I mean, I guess so. This game doesn't really make... Oh, here we go. This game doesn't really, like, factor that into the gameplay so much. Basically, you can take anything from anywhere. It's not like a Bethesda game where you taking things actively has an impact on the world itself. The second game, even in the second game, there are instances where you can basically loot areas, which is where refugees live, and it makes absolutely no difference to the story. I think there's only 2 instances where, even though there's absolutely no there's no bad outcome if you loot the area, I still don't, just because it makes me feel bad. Anyway, this is the only member of the science team who was in the hot lab, so let's see what he can tell us.
You came to find out about them, didn't you?
You mean those things out there?
Yes. I'm the only survivor from the hot lab, you know.
I need to know more about those things out there.
About the Rachni?
Rachni? That's preposterous.
Ooh. I'm acting like I didn't know that was the twist. But yes, the space bugs are the Rachni.
Where did they come from?
They found it in a derelict ship. An egg. Waiting since the last battles. They brought it here.
Shut up! God, you want to get us killed?
I don't have any control over who lives or dies here. Do you?
If you're gonna be crazy, be the quiet kind.
Crazy? I'm sane. God, am I sane?
Most traumatized character in the series? Do you include Shepard in that equation? It's either Han Olar or it's Talitha in terms of In terms of characters actively experiencing a mental breakdown on camera, it's between this guy and Talitha. But in terms of like traumatized in a general sense, I think Shepard takes the cake. We haven't even gotten to like all the shit she has to go through.
I need to know everything about the Rachni.
I told you all I can. We brought the Rachni back from the dead. In retrospect, a bad decision.
In retrospect. How hot is the hot lab? Are we talking Asari hot or are we going all the way up to Garrus sexy? The hot lab is sinking into a glacier hot.
I heard you were at the hot labs. How did you make it out alive?
I killed her.
Who?
Doctors on Muir. We were going to lunch when the alarms went off. I ran into the tram, and I closed the doors. She banged on the window once, then they sliced her to pieces. Her head came apart like a melon. I closed the door. I killed her.
It's really rough. It's like really rough dialogue to read it and like listen to.
Tell me what you know. I'll make your survival mean something.
You think I want absolution? There is none.
Could Matriarch Benezia survive in the hot labs?
It's possible. The specimens were sensitive to biotics.
Okay, and that's all he has to say.
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah, this guy's gonna need so much therapy after this. Shepard's seen some stuff, but also Shepard has obviously had like extensive therapy, the way she talks about her childhood and how she moved past that. It's very clear that she has kind of dealt with that trauma. But the thing is, we've got upcoming trauma for her to go through, so that's fun.
How can you tell jokes? So this hydrogen atom says to another hydrogen, I lost my electron.
I've heard this one.
And the other hydrogen says, man, are you sure? I'm positive.
Just shut up. God.
I really enjoy the exaggerated, like, the laugh that goes on just a little bit too long. It's very good.
I used to have nightmares like this. Too many cheap horror vids before lights out.
Hey man, cheap horror movies are some of the greatest joys that the entertainment industry has given us.
We were running on batteries before the connection to Central was restored. I'm more afraid of the guards now. They've been getting twitchy.
Yeah, everybody's been like really scared of the guards, which is troubling.
I used to have nightmares
Okay, he doesn't
like
have
this.
anything more to say.
Too many cheap horror vids before lights out.
The joke was almost as bad as his hairline.
Gotta keep the mood light. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll... yeah, you just have to.
Okay, so he's doing well.
I should have taken my vacation. No, I had to get those last few alleles nailed down. It could be worse, right? I could be one of those guys in the med bay.
I would say this guy... You know what? No, he's not holding up good at all. Let me see, is there anything else here? Not that I can see. No lockers for me to loot. I think quarantine is this. Oh, that's maintenance. Where's quarantine? Is this quarantine? No, this is where I came from. Oh, here's quarantine. Okay, let me just save before I go in here.
You're not part of the crew.
I have Ventralis' permission to go in there.
Yeah, he radioed. He also said you have to prove you're not contaminated to get out. You got a death wish? You should stand watches on the barricade.
Why were you yelling at me that I'm not part of the crew if you knew I was coming down here? You know what? They're all hyped up on stims. I'm not going... whatever. It's fine. heard that. Here's the research notes. Okay, let's get the crate first. Because I think we need to synthesize the cure ourselves. Grab this. Okay, nothing coming out of the vents yet. Let's see. We've isolated 4 chemicals that can be combined to counteract the toxin. They must be mixed in precise quantities. As each chemical is poured, the equipment will mark the minimum and maximum amount that will work. Too little or too much will spoil the result. It's one of these. Start mixing. Oops. Nice.
Your mission ends here, Shepard.
Ambush.
Thank you, Garrus.
What happened to Ventralis's man?
I didn't have permission to come in. He got in my way. I was ordered to eliminate you should the opportunity arise. And here you are, trapped in this lab. Weapons free!
Oh wow, I thought I was gonna be able to ask her other things, but I guess not. Sorry with her. That everyone? Okay, excellent. That was very quick. We must be getting up in levels. If you haven't seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space, that's a classic cheap horror. Killer Clowns from Outer Space is pretty good. My only problem with Killer Clowns is that it's like trying to be a bad movie, but it doesn't go far enough with it. My favorite bad horror movie that is of the same time period and is fully aware of the fact that it's a terrible horror movie is Return of the Killer Tomatoes. Not Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, specifically Return of the Killer Tomatoes, which has like one of the greatest trailers you've ever seen in your life. Okay, Metagel. Anything in here? Okay, no. And we leveled up, so I'll deal with that in a second. I know! I'm sorry, guy. Imagine staying alive for an entire week against space bugs. And then when somebody comes to change the situation and like make things better, you get absolutely capped by an Asari scientist. I mean, it's not...
They came out of there.
It's not embarrassing, but that's gotta suck. That's gotta suck really hard.
You mean the inorganics the Asari had with her?
Venezia brought them with her.
How can I get into the maintenance area?
A team lead would have access. Like Dr. Cohen. He's in the medical bay.
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah.
Okay, so since we've synthesized the cure for Dr. Cohen, I think his name is. I already forgot. He should be able to give us a pass into maintenance. I think we might have done enough. I know that there's a way where you get 2 clearances, both from the captain and from Dr. Cohen, but I think either way it's fine. I think they were legitimately trying to make a scary clown movie. I'm not sure. Because this was back in the day. It's the 80s, right? And it was before It came out. And like the scary clown thing, it was a thing, but not as like pop culture-y as it is today. And there's like reasons for it as to why the scary clown thing became as big of a thing as it was. But I actually don't want to talk about it on this stream because it's a very nasty subject matter and it's not something that people might want to tune in and listen to while we're playing Mass Effect. It's fine. It's like true crime stuff. It's nasty business. It's very upsetting. Anyway, we synthesized your cure for you.
Is that the cure? You did it?
I don't know why this is a topic of conversation that would be relevant to him, but let's tell him anyway.
That Asari scientist, the one in the mess hall? She just tried to kill us.
Alestia? That's unbelievable. I don't know much about her. She arrived a month ago. One of the shareholders pulled strings to get her here.
Let me guess. Saren the Spectre.
Yes. I think that was the name. I don't pay attention to the other research teams. Look, the guards, they've been more on edge since you got here. I think they were expecting you. And there are more labs in the back. The guards won't even let me back there. Just people with clearance.
What about the maintenance area? Do you have access to that?
The maintenance area? Yes. Take my pass. But there's just snow back there. Let me see that file. An extension on Phelps' work? I thought he was on the right track. I can't thank you enough that... Oh, God, what a cliche. You saved their lives, do you know that?
Got any Medigel? Actually, I think I could use some.
Could you spare a few medical packs? They're worth their weight in gold up here.
You didn't get these from me. Ventrollis wanted them saved for his people. I need to administer this. Thanks again.
Okay, excellent. Oh, and I got a lot of Paragon points for that. Okay, so we helped out these people. Let's go here, 4 points. Let's see. I'm gonna put some more into fitness because these, well, they're Rachni. The Rachni have been shooting a lot of acid at us, so I'd like some protection against that. Let's see. I'm gonna put some more into first aid all around because I've been very focusing on the offense, which is fine. Okay, you've got quite a lot of first aid, which is fine as far as offense goes. However, it does mean that healing and such has not been as effective as it could be. And I'm gonna put yours because your first aid is okay. I'm gonna put that in electronics. Grab some equipment. And I'll update our gear later on. It's like Evil Dead started off with a semi-serious approach and it just turned into a comedy. Yeah, but like, the first Evil Dead, it's not a good movie per se. It's a good piece of media in that it's interesting to watch and piece together how it was made. But the second Evil Dead, even though it's very comedic, that's still a horror movie. I like watching reaction channels where people watch movies for the first time. And I watch a girl called Ashley Burton, and she grew up in a religious household, so she basically only saw Disney movies growing up. She watched Evil Dead 2, and her takeaway from that was to look directly at the camera and to say, no wonder you 80s kids are the way you are. And I think that's the best way to describe that movie. It's very much a comedy, but it's still a legit horror movie. Okay, we need to go to maintenance, I believe. Because I think maintenance opens up, and then we can go around to... Okay, that goes to secure lab. And then we can use maintenance, we can go around the back way to get into the... Well, this is all the hot labs, but we can go get to where Benezia is. Glad your power's back. I'll have to catch the recording. Real busy day. Oh, no worries, Daniel. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Like I said earlier, the power's been actually fine. The only problem is it's only off for about 2 hours a day, which isn't that bad. But they kept having it be exactly at 8 p.m., which makes sense for like people who work a 9-to-5 job, but it also means that it's in the exact prime time slot for me streaming. Because I can't stream too early or everyone else is still asleep, and I can't stream too late because if I were to do that, then I would be exhausted. Okay, this goes to maintenance. Pull my gun out just in case. Yeah. Coraline is a true horror movie? I would think so. I didn't watch it as a... Oh, there we go. I didn't watch it as a child, but I would consider it a true horror movie. Is that all? Just the one Rachni? I don't trust it. Okay, moving forward. Here's the lab. I can hear them. I think if I saw Coraline as a child, it would have like severely upset me. Okay. Does this take me where I want to go, or does this loop back around? No, it does take me where I want to go. Okay. Ah, here we go.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. I won't be moved by sympathy, no matter who you bring into this confrontation.
Liara's here because she wants to be, not because I asked her to.
Indeed. What have you told her about me, Liara?
What could I say, Mother? That you're insane? Evil? Should I explain how to kill you? What could I say?
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have.
I can't believe you'd kill your own daughter.
I now realize I should have been stricter with her.
I should have saved before this fight. And again, they rush you, and I don't know why. That's Liara. Liara, you're wearing a black commando uniform, which is not great for me because it means I'm having trouble distinguishing you from the other Asari in black uniforms. No offense. Okay, signal's still jammed, so that means there are still something around here for me to... No, it's not affecting. Ah, there we go. That sniper. Ah, why no firing? There we go. I should have stayed where I was. Ah, you missed, Garrus. This way. Two more this way. Okay, I'm not back online over there. Okay. Ah, there we go. Got you. Got you.
This is not over. Saren is unstoppable. My mind is filled with his light. Everything is clear.
The Rachni didn't cooperate with you. Why should I?
I will not betray him. You will... You must listen. Saren still whispers in my mind. I can fight his compulsions. Briefly... but the indoctrination is strong.
Why are you able to break free of his control now?
I sealed a part of my mind away from the indoctrination, saving it for a moment when I could help destroy him. It will not last long.
So you could turn on me again?
Yes, but it would not be my will, Shepard. People are not themselves around Saren. You come to idolize him, worship him. You would do anything for him. The key is Sovereign, his flagship. It is a dreadnought of incredible size, and its power is extraordinary.
Sovereign's not like other ships. Where did it come from?
I cannot say. The Geth did not build it. Its technology is far more advanced than that of any known species. The longer you stay aboard, the more Saren's will seems correct. You sit at his feet and smile as his words pour into you. It is subtle at first. I thought I was strong enough to resist. Instead, I became a willing tool, eager to serve. He sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Its position was lost thousands of years ago.
How does something that big go missing?
4,000 years ago, a star nearby went supernova. The shockwave propelled the relay out of its system, but did not damage it. Its precise vector and speed are impossible to determine. As millennia passed, the nebula created by the nova enveloped the relay. It is difficult to find any cold object in interstellar space, particularly something swathed in hot dust and radiation.
So, in other words, a star going supernova could not destroy a mass relay. It's a bit of information where I don't think it's actually important to the story as a whole. I just find it very interesting that that's a piece of, like, lore or world building or whatever you want to call it, that they just slipped in there, that the mass relays are so indestructible that a star going supernova was not enough to destroy it.
Someone on Noveria found it?
2,000 years ago, the Rachni inhabited that region of our galaxy. They discovered the relay. The Rachni can share memories across generations. Queens inherit the knowledge of their mothers. I took the location of the relay from the Queen's mind. I was not gentle.
How did the Rachni find it?
They searched, patiently. They are territorial creatures, driven to close any possible way into their systems.
Why does Saren need the Mu relay?
He believes it will lead him to the conduit. I would tell you more if I could, but Saren did not share his counsel with me. I was merely a servant to his cause.
You can still make it right. Give me the information.
I was not myself, but I should have been stronger. I transcribed the data to an OSD. Take it, please.
Knowing the relay's coordinates is not enough. Do you know where he planned to go from there?
Saren wouldn't tell me his destination. But you must find out quickly. I transmitted the coordinates to him before you arrived. You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear. Fingers on my spine. You should... you should...
Mother! Don't leave! Fight him!
You've always made me proud, Liara. Die!
Oof, okay, Can I hide? Oh, I don't have my gun out. Okay, let's see. I don't know if... No, Overload will do something because she's got shields.
I cannot go on. You will have to stop him, Shepard.
Hold on! We've got Metagel. Maybe we can...
No. He is still in my mind. I am not entirely myself. I never will be again.
Mother!
Good night, little wing. I will see you again with the dawn. No light. They always said there would be a...
The fact that Benezia was indoctrinated makes her character design like so much more fucked up. Because, like her headdress, it's designed to look like the Turian mandibles. Like if you look at Garrus over here, actually. If you look at Garrus over here, like you've got the mandibles on his side. And that's kind of what her headdress is designed after. So the fact that she's like indoctrinated and brainwashed to do Saren's bidding, and then she dresses like a cult member designed after like Turian physiology, it's really fucked up. It's like really uncool. Anyway, we have this to deal with.
This one serves as our voice. We cannot sing. Not in these low spaces. Your musics are colorless.
Are you guys ready for some supremely fucked up shit?
Musics? What?
Your way of communicating is strange. Flat. It does not color the air. When we speak, one moves all. We are the mother. We behind. The children you thought silenced. We are Rachni.
This is such a stupid question. But again, BioWare dialogue choices. I think what Shepard actually says is okay. It's just like, it sounds so asinine the way they've written it here. So I'm gonna choose it anyway, even though it seems like a stupid question, hoping that Shepard doesn't sound as dumb as this makes her, as this implies her conversation is going to be.
How are you speaking through her?
Our kind sing through touchings of thought. We pluck the strings, and the other understands. She is weak to urging. She has colors we have no names for. But she is ending. Her music is bittersweet. It is beautiful. The children we birthed were stolen from us before they could learn to sing. They are lost to silence. End their suffering. They cannot be saved. They will only cause harm as they are.
You guys say the stream is buffering? Let me have a look. Oh, my mouse. Oh, there we go. Let me check what YouTube is saying. Ah, I see. It says, it is saying poor. Let me see if I can fix it. How are you looking over here? Connected. I wonder why it's doing that. Because on my phone, the stream is still going fine. Like my phone is receiving data enough where I can see the stream okay. But I do see on YouTube it says the signal is poor. So I'm a little unsure why that is. It looks okay now? Well, I'm sorry if the stream is a little stuttery at the moment. It sucks that it's happening during a story moment. I'm hoping it stabilizes after a minute or so. But if not, I am busy recording, so I'm going to do a cut of the stream and I'll upload it as a video. So if you guys miss anything due to stuttering or such, you will be able to see what you might have missed otherwise. And then I just hope that the stream stabilizes. Mira strikes again, yeah. Just crank down the quality to be safe. Okay. Okay, and you say, Brian says the stream hasn't buffered for you at all. Okay, I'm just going to keep going then. If I see the signal drop, then I'll just wait a minute and see if it comes back stronger. But otherwise, I will just have to power through it. Again, I'm sorry it's happening. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back to excellent conditions. Okay. Sorry it's happening through a story moment, but so far all we've learned, in case you were buffering through it, is the Arachnite Queen is speaking through the Asari, the Asari isn't dead yet, but she is dying, so the Queen is able to speak through her, and the Queen is saying she can't control the Arachni which are loose on the station.
I don't understand. Why are your children killing people?
These needlemen, they stole our eggs from us. They sought to turn our children into beasts of war, claws with no songs of their own. Our elders are comfortable with silence. Children know only fear if no one sings to them. Fear has shattered their minds.
I understand. A child left alone in a closet until she is 16 would not be sane.
If you're sure they can't be saved.
It is lamentable, but necessary. Do what you must. Before you deal with our children, we stand before you. What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more?
The Arachni were a threat to the galaxy. Those tanks are filled with acid. If she gets out of hand, they dissolve her.
They made a mistake. They let the Krogan go too far. This is a chance for us to atone. She has done nothing to us.
Your companions hear the truth. You have the power to free us, or return our people to the silence of memory.
If I let you live, would you attack other races again?
No. I do not know what happened in the war. We only heard discordance, songs the color of oily shadows. We would seek a hidden place to teach our children harmony. If they understand, perhaps we would return.
That's actually super important for later story events, is the fact that according to the Arachnite Queen, something was wrong with the Arachni, which is why they waged war on the rest of the galaxy. And according to her, she, even though she wasn't born yet, because they inherit memories from their mothers, the memories that she inherited doesn't make sense to her, and it's a lot of garbled nonsense, which again is going to be very important for later on to like explain why the Arachni wars happened in the first place.
Are you a survivor from the war? A clone?
We do not know. We were only an egg, hearing Mother cry in our dreams. A tone from space hushed one voice after another. It forced the singers to resonate with its own sour yellow note. Then we awoke in this place, the last echo of those who came out from the singing planet. The sky is silent.
So she is the last Arachnite Queen. Like, that's a confirmation of it, because if she wasn't, she wouldn't say that the sky is silent. Anyway, I am not going to kill the Arachnite Queen, because everything that she said, if we were to take her on her word, everything that she says is, first of all, she says that we must kill the Arachni loose in the facility because she was not there to raise them herself, so they are essentially insane. And so she's given carte blanche to do that. And according to her, something happened to the Arachni in the past, which is why they attacked. And whatever it is not affecting her. So I am going to take her at her word, and I'm actually going to set her free.
I won't destroy your entire race. You'll go free.
You will give us the chance to compose anew? We will remember. We will sing of your forgiveness to our children.
Excellent. Okay. I hope that alarm is just because we set her free and isn't an indication that the whole place is going to go up in flames or something, because I don't want to deal with something like that right now. Okay, so I don't think we need to go back that way. I think we go here and this... Yes, because this is the emergency exit back to the trams. Okay, yeah, so we go this way. You think the Arachnite Queen is even tastier than the normal grunts? What a horrible thing to say! My one criticism of that scene is, even though she was using the Asari to talk, I would have preferred if they had the camera focus on the Arachnite Queen rather than the Asari she was using, because I feel that they should have built a better connection between what she was saying and the actual Rachni herself. Okay, wait, this goes that way. Wait, why are there red dots on my screen? Hold on. Where and why? Where is that? Apparently it's here, but I don't see it. Okay, they're probably like in the floor or something. I'm not sure what's happening there. Let's go back to the hot labs. Because we have to get rid of the Rachni, which are still loose in the facility, before we leave. Ah, here we go. Okay. This place all looks the same, I swear. Hello, Tartakovsky.
Are you here to secure the situation?
I mean, that's one way to put it.
How are you holding up?
You must listen to me. If we do not contain our mistake, they will drop bombs from the battle stations. You understand?
You let these things out?
I am only following the orders. Binary Helix found an egg. It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. This was Rachni's ship. Inside they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension.
A 1,000-year-old egg hatched?
Yes. Very tough to be so long frozen. That it survived the centuries. This is miraculous. Binary Helix planned to clone Rachni, mass produce them, create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not a common Rachni. It is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient.
Actually, I can't remember what the answer is to this question.
Hold on. Don't you need a male to get eggs?
Queens are born carrying the genetic code of their fathers. Eggs are carried away from the colony to hatch alone. Queens can lay eggs in hours and have a colony in days. This is how they spread so quickly.
I'm not entirely sure I understand how that works. Not that I don't think it's possible. I just don't understand enough about, like, etymology to fully understand exactly how that functions.
Separating them from their mother didn't work.
This was exactly the wrong thing to do. I am thinking that without a queen, Rachni do not develop properly. Her mind is shaping theirs. These Rachni are uncontrollable.
Bye, Watchface. I hope you have a good D&D session. Phoenix says, whiptail lizards are all female. Really? I didn't know that. Wait, that means that not only queens lay eggs. That's what I'm thinking. Or is it similar to, I think it's honeybees, right? Where in order to get a queen, you have to feed the larva very specific, I don't know if it's honey or if it's something else, but you have to feed the larva a very specific kind of food for that larva to mature into a queen. But this is from the egg phase. I'm not entirely sure. I think there is something there. It's probably like buried in the codex somewhere where they explain it properly. Again, I don't say it's impossible. I just don't understand exactly how it works. And I feel I should. These Rachni are uncontrollable. Oh, these are all terrible options. No, we can't save them. I already spoke to the Queen and she said we can't save them. So what is just like, you know, dismissive. And we're running out of time implies that the only reason why you would want to get rid of them is because we don't have time. All of these are terrible options. Anyway, I'm going to choose the middle one because we already had the conversation with the Queen. So there's no point in choosing the top one that goes against what the story has been so far.
This is fascinating, but we don't have time to chat.
These Rachni are beyond saving. It is a sad thing, but they must be euthanized. I am thinking that the neutron purge must be set off.
I'm torn on whether or not the Slavic accent is accurate. I am not entirely sure. I don't know enough about accents to be able to pinpoint how accurate it is or not.
I'm not familiar with the purge system.
It creates bursts of neutron radiation, kills everything within the station. Things beyond get genetic damage of varying degree.
This is actually a bug. You're doing the story out of order. Maybe, but why? This room was locked up until this point, and we had a conversation about the Queen where the Queen actively tells us to get rid of her children. And I don't think I've ever played this section where I do this part first. I always come to this part after talking to the Queen. Anyway, it's an early BioWare game. It's a little janky.
How do we set off the purge?
Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Mira the start.
What? And down. I might have to up the difficulty. I think we've reached a level where things are going down a little bit too easily. You were supposed to do this instead of the cure, not with it. It just lets you do it. That's very strange. The thing is, I'm Slavic and I can't tell. Yeah, I'm not Slavic and I don't really have... I have Slavic friends, but not so much in real life that I hear them on a regular basis. So I don't know enough to be able to tell how accurate it is. Anyway, was there anything else? Oh, I can get the purge codes from him. Let's grab that. Anything else? No. Let me up the difficulty actually while I'm here. I hit save. I think it's gameplay? Normal. Let's go up to veteran. There we go. I remember that was a problem in my personal game as well. The other games are much better with their balancing. But in the first game, things are like really difficult at the start. And then by the time you get to the middle and end of the game, it becomes really easy. Let's talk to Mira again.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
You're choosing to believe this guy's death was somehow Mira's fault? Can you imagine if Mira opened up the vent specifically to let that out? Okay, there's no point in asking her about the Rachni. I mean, I guess we could. Maybe she has some interesting information. And we can ask her about a situation report. Again, I know what the situation is and I know about the Rachni, but she might give us additional information that's just interesting to know.
How many Rachni are in here?
I'm sorry. The sensor network is too damaged to provide an accurate count.
Guess.
Give me your best guess.
Guessing is beyond my design parameters, Commander.
I suppose that makes sense. Imagine having a laptop and then telling your laptop to like run a simulation or whatever and then tell it to guess.
What's the status of the facility?
Containment breach in Laboratory Pod Gamma. The neutron purge system is functional but has not been armed.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Mumbles. Should we do that before I actually input the code? I'm actually gonna do it, because this doesn't change anything, so I'm gonna do it.
6 Emperor Tyrann
That is not the correct code. Please report to security for arrest and interrogation.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Code input 875020079. Code Omega local execution.
Verified. Code Omega execution in 120 seconds.
Okay, let's get out of here. Especially since I just upped the difficulty. Wait, what guns are you guys using? Okay, you got the right guns. Thank you. Actually, you know what? Check that. Yep, direct hit. That's fine. Actually, you know what? Let's just push past you. I don't have time for this. Leave, please. Thank you. Modern AI can actually guess. She's not AI. Yeah, no, but what we have at the moment isn't modern AI either. It's just machine generated. It's not like true AI. Garrus, are you gonna come? Do you wanna come with us, Garrus? We're going back to the ship. Do you wanna stay here? Do you want to stay in the heated elevator rather than walk around in the freezing tram system? Okay. You can join us if you want to. Excellent. Now... Okay, can we go back here? Yes, we can. Can we actually speak to the people down here? Let me just check before I leave. No, I can't. This just goes back to the Benezia fight. Okay. I don't think there's a way to get back down to the survivors and actually tell them they're safe to leave. He'll be fine after a nice neuron purge? No! What are you two doing? I was very disappointed I couldn't fight hordes of Rachni. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I don't need to fight the hordes of Rachni. Now, there's no way to go back down to the survivors, are there? I don't normally ask chat for this kind of thing, but I have no memory of ever being able to do this in my own save either, which is very annoying. I feel they get better with this in the following games, but the fact that you can't... I don't think you can go back to the survivors and just let them know it's safe to leave. That's really frustrating. You can't go back down to the main cap? That's really frustrating. Because it doesn't give you that sense of accomplishment, right? Go back with the tram and we'll go back to the main facility. Because in the second game, I'm not going to spoil anything, but in the second game, once you complete certain story missions, it gives you an option to leave and go back to the Normandy. But if you decide not to go back and just hang around, you can actually speak to people who you helped throughout the mission and see that they're okay and that they made it out okay.
What's our next move, Commander? Head for the Mu relay?
No, actually, we've got a bunch of stuff to do first.
The Mu relay could link to dozens of systems. Unless we know exactly where Saren's going, we'd just be wasting our time.
The Commander is right. We cannot rush off blind. We still need to learn more about Saren.
Who put you in charge? Did the Commander resign when I wasn't looking?
Ashley, shut up.
We're all on the same team here, Williams. She's just trying to help.
Sorry, Commander.
It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's okay.
Look, this is a tough mission. We're all on edge. Everyone go get some rest. Crew dismissed.
Novaria report is away, Commander. You want me to patch it through to the Council?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, they don't like me, but we're on, like, not friendly terms. We're on, like, neutral terms, so sure.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Is this report accurate, Commander? You found Rachni on Novaria?
And then released the Queen. Do you have any idea what you've done? How many generations until they overrun the galaxy?
Oh yeah, I did do that, didn't I? I forgot that you actually tell the Council you did that. I'm not even going to get upset at them for yelling at me about that one. Because from their perspective, that is the most insane decision any, like, sentient being can possibly do. They have absolutely no idea what the conversation was down there. That's very funny. That's hilarious to think about. Imagine getting that report from Shepard, and not only does Shepard tell you, oh, by the way, Binary Helix found a Rachni queen and they were breeding them down there, and then you also include in your report, yeah, I got rid of the Rachni, but I decided to let the queen go. Don't worry about it, it's fine.
This queen is different. She understands why her kind had to be wiped out last time around.
I hope you're right, Shepard. Our children's children will pay the price if you're not.
We'll be waiting for your next report, Commander.
I feel so bad for Spiratus. Spiratus hates my guts. Spiratus really doesn't like me. And the problem is, Spiratus is completely valid in why he hates Shepard, because everything she's done so far, from his perspective, is the most insane decision possible, and Shepard has so far taken the most insane decision possible every single time. Hey Joker, what do you have to say about the fact that, I mean, I can't imagine Joker is any more thrilled than the Council is about any of this.
Why am I glad to be off of Noveria? I don't know which was worse, the cold or the corporations. One will freeze your balls off, the other will sell them out from under you. With all due respect, Commander.
Yeah, that's fine. Ken, I don't think he has anything else to say.
I have to go.
Alright, see you.
Bye. The Queen is chill. Yeah, don't worry about it. The Queen's fine. Okay, now let's talk to everyone, because I think people will have new dialogue. Because, oh, we should probably talk to Liara. We kind of, like, killed her mom. I'm sure she might want to discuss that. I'll talk to Kaidan in a second. Oh, by the way, yeah. By the way, Council, you'll never believe what happened. Hey, Liara. You doing alright?
If you are here to talk about Benezia's death, you need not bother. She brought it upon herself.
Oh, come on, Liara.
Don't pretend it doesn't bother you. She was your mother.
She was. But she was not. I prefer to remember Benezia as she used to be, before she was corrupted by Sovereign's power.
The best of your mother lives on in you. Her determination, her intelligence, her strength.
That is kind of you to say. I appreciate your concern, but I am fine. Benezia chose her path, just as I have chosen mine. I am with you until the end, Shepard.
Okay, she seems to be handling it okay. I wonder if I press the issue, if she has more to say.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
Benezia was swept up in events beyond her control and lost herself. She fell under the spell of indoctrination and became part of the very thing she wanted to stop. But I will remember and honor how she lived, not how she died. My mother was strong, kind, and beautiful. And now she is gone.
Are you gonna be okay?
You are kind to ask, Shepard. I do miss her, and I grieve for what happened to her. But I will not let my grief interfere with what we are trying to accomplish.
I don't think she has anything else to say. Let me just double check.
I like talking with you, Liara. No matter what the subject.
Then let us talk about you. Are you okay?
Oof, we're having all the big feelings talks at the moment, aren't we? Yeah.
I'm not sleeping well. The visions keep me up at night.
I wish there was something I could do to help you. You need to be at your best, Commander. The crew relies on you for leadership. It can be a heavy burden.
I can handle the responsibility of command, but if I don't stop Saren, the entire galaxy gets wiped out.
I'm sorry, Commander. The last thing you need is someone constantly reminding you of how grim things are. Is there anything else you would rather talk about?
Nah, that's it.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
It's rough because like Liara had a bad relationship with her mom even before any of this happened. And I imagine that's like difficult to maneuver emotionally. It's just a bad situation for everyone involved. It's just, all of it sucks. Hold on, I have stuff in my locker. It's just bad feelings all around. Yeah, and even though we don't see it, apparently Shepard has been having nightmares as well. So that's fine. That's a lot of good times going around. I saw Brian ask, by the way, do you have like a set time you stream or is it just whenever? Unfortunately, it's just whenever, but not because I want it to be. It's because of my country's electricity. It gets shut off periodically. So at the moment, my electricity has been okay, but it keeps getting shut off for 2 hours at exactly the optimum time to stream, which is now. So I can't stream earlier because most people on the east coast of the US is asleep, and I can't stream later because then I'm too tired to properly interact with chat. So unfortunately, at the moment, it's when I have an opportunity where I can stream more or less during this time, that's when I can stream. So I would love to have a set schedule where I do it once a week or so, but unfortunately it's completely out of my control and I just kind of have to work with it as best as I can. I'm really sorry. I know it's inconvenient for literally everyone, but it's the best that I can do. Anyway, let's talk to Kaidan.
We haven't had time together since our last chat. A lot was said when we talked.
You mean when we flirted? No, oh boy, I don't wanna, Kaidan. Kaidan, what do you go for? I'm gonna go neutral.
Something to add, Lieutenant, or are you just breaking in your thesaurus?
I don't want to distract you too much. The deeper we get into this mess, the bigger it seems. I'm just looking for an ear. The debriefing wasn't the right place to say how ridiculous this is. Seems like every other race in the galaxy is wrapped up in their own problems. They don't want to see what's coming.
I mean, that's not an alien thing. That's just like... You can't even say a human thing in the lore of Mass Effect. But that's just like that's like... For lack of a better term, that's just a human thing, right? That's how, like, real life, not even politics, but it's like how big people who have to oversee a lot of other people below them, whether it's like in business or politics or religion, that's kind of usually what happens, isn't it? And I think it's also like a control thing. I think Shepard actually talks about this. I don't know why I'm talking about it when Shepard literally talks about this.
Wanting to believe everything will be fine? Sounds like human nature to me.
Yeah, I guess some things carry across species well enough. I should remember that after what happened with Vernus.
Oh yeah, Vernus. Vernus, if you weren't here last time, Vernus is the Turian who was overseeing Kaidan's group of biotics when humanity still didn't really know how biotics worked, so we shipped in a bunch of aliens to help tutor new biotics, and Kaidan was put under the control of a Turian called Vernus, and the problem was Vernus really hated humans, so it was actually a pretty abusive situation. And it was bad. It was just bad for everyone involved.
I think you'd carry a grudge over the crap you took from Vernus.
Before I met Vernus, I knew as much as any other civilian. Aliens were weird, superior, and tried to tell us what to do. I mean, it's only been 26 years since first contact. That's not a lot of time to understand them. It was Vernus who made me see how human aliens are. They're not different or special. They're jerks and saints, just like us. Hell, by the time I got payback, I didn't even want it anymore.
It's interesting to me, and I don't want to, like, dump on her all the time, but it's interesting to me that you have Ashley, who has not really had any real contact with aliens, and she hates them with a burning passion. She's extremely speciesist. But Kaidan, who is directly the victim of what I would consider to be physical and mental abuse, doesn't hold a grudge towards the species as a whole because of the actions of one individual. It's very interesting to me. I'm not sure if that reflects well on Kaidan, if it reflects badly on Ashley, or if it's a very good representation of how things work in real life. I'm not entirely sure which one of those it is. But anyway, let's get the full story of what happened.
I don't see you snapping very easily. What finally did it?
He hurt Rana. Broke her arm. She reached for a glass of water instead of pulling it biotically. She just wanted a drink without getting a nosebleed, you know? Like an idiot, I stood up. Didn't know what I was gonna do, just something. And Vernus lost it. Beat the crap out of me. Kept shouting how they should have bombed us back to the Stone Age. And that's when the knife came up. A military-issue talon, right in my face. I cut loose. Full biotic kick right in the teeth. Almost as strong as I can manage now. At 17, that's something.
You wanted to help a girl you cared for. That's a noble thing.
Maybe my intentions were noble, but I lost control. I killed him, Shepard. Snapped his neck. They probably could have saved him if they got him to an infirmary quick enough, but they didn't. Caused a stir when they shipped him home. Bot training was shut down. Kinetics folded a couple of years later. That's funny. I'm not sure which of us got the worst of what happened.
My money's on Vernus. That's a horrible thing to say.
Was Rana all right?
Rana? Yeah, she was fine. We never really, we stopped talking after that.
Tell me what happened.
Rana had a gentle heart. She loved everyone. Vernus terrified her. We all protected her from him, everyone who loved her. But after what I did to him, she was terrified of me too. Anyway, this is, I had a point here. Aliens are individuals. Just because one's an ass doesn't mean they all are. So, yeah, I hated that Turian, but he wasn't a Turian to me. He was Vernus.
See, like, it's such a well-rounded view. Especially if you compare it to everything he's been through. Like, that is an exceptionally good way to work through what he's been through.
And here I was concerned you were damaged goods.
Well, I've got a few scratches and dents. I hope they just give me character. I don't think we'll be operating without support for much longer. Pretty soon, not even the Council will be able to ignore what's going on. Glad you'll be here when it's over, Shepard. I'm looking forward to some shore leave.
I don't know if he has anything else to say, because we just had a conversation. Well, let's see what he has to say about the Rachni mission.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Killing Saren's, what was Benezia anyway? Second in command? Advisor? Anyway, it should set him back a bit. I'm sure Dr. Tassoni's hurting, though. Poor kid. Having to kill her own mom.
Any opinion on the Rachni?
Off the record, if we had the option, I'd as soon have left it to the Council. We weren't out here during the Rachni War. I'm not sure we have any business getting involved.
Well, if it was up to the Council, they would have put her down, like, without question. Especially with, I don't know what her name is, because I'm bad with names. But the Asari on the Council, she would have been alive during all of the Rachni stuff. So I imagine she would have put her down immediately. As for the Salarian, I forget his name as well. He would have been against it, and he would have wanted to put the Rachni Queen down immediately because of the way Salarians deal with threats. Salarians deal with threats where their approach to dealing with like somebody who's against them is to put them down before they can make the first move. So he would have been against the Rachni Queen surviving, and Sparatus, he's a Turian, so he would have been against the Rachni Queen surviving. So, I think it would have been a unanimous put down on their part. And I think that would not have been good. I don't know if he has anything more to say.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time.
Okay, no,
for
he
now,
doesn't.
Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
We'll talk later, Caden.
I'd like that.
Somebody asked, does he still consider it flirting if you respond with neutral to everything? I'm actually not sure. I know that once when I played, I managed to not romance Caden, but I think I had a guide that I had to follow. Like a step-by-step dialogue guide where you have to pick the exact right dialogue mentions to not initiate the romance. But if you weren't here originally, the reason why we're romancing Caden is because I want to give people who've never played Mass Effect the quintessential Mass Effect experience. And if you play Mass Effect just as is, and you're not like following a step-by-step guide, you're going to accidentally end up romancing Caden. And I find that romancing Caden actually makes his character more interesting in the follow-up games. But again, Garrus' endgame here, because why on earth would I go for any other romance option besides Garrus? If you guys haven't played the games yourselves, you might be a little confused as to why, because at the moment in the first game, Garrus doesn't seem like such an obvious romance option. He's just kind of, you know, he's a nice guy, he's young, he's idealistic, but he doesn't stick out as like, oh, this is the absolute best romance option in the entire game series. But it's because you only romance him in the second game, and the first game is entirely build up to that romance. So it doesn't seem like a big deal at the moment, but trust me, when we get there, it'll make more sense. Anyway, my point is, romancing Caden in the first game makes him a lot more interesting in follow-up games. I may be used to the positive options twice, then neutral the whole time, and somehow I accidentally romanced him. Yeah, exactly. It is borderline impossible not to romance Caden. See if Rex has anything to say.
Never a dull moment with you, Shepard.
Okay, apparently he does. I don't know if would he have an opinion on the Rachni?
You ever go on any missions like ours before?
Saving the galaxy from certain destruction? No. But I've had my share of adventures.
Do tell.
Do you remember any that stick out?
A few. I remember one time I was hired by a Volus diplomat. What an ass.
I guess even politicians have need of mercs from time to time, huh?
Time to time. If it wasn't for politicians, I'd be out of work. They're always looking for ways to get ahead. This one was no different. He wanted me to erase his past. Get rid of an old friend who knew too much. Huh. His old friend turned out to be an Asari commando.
I like this, just ouch, or ah, or so. This is, all of these are entirely valid options. This is an amazing dialogue wheel.
I can see where that might give you pause.
What? No. Alina and I were old friends. Sort of. We met when we were both contracted to kill the same Turian. Neither of us wanted the other one to get him first. We spent more time fighting each other than tracking that Turian.
An Asari commando mercenary. That's unusual, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's unusual. Mercs come in all shapes. Anyway, when I told Alina about the diplomat's contract, she and I had a good laugh about it.
So what'd you do?
Well, I was going to lose the contract, but I respected Alina. In the end, I let her pick the location where we'd fight. She chose some old Solarian space station overrun with mercs and smugglers. That way we didn't have to worry about hurting any innocent bystanders. Huh. She always was a bit of a softie.
What happened on the station?
What didn't happen? For 2 days I chased her through that station. Used my entire store of ammunition. Had to kill a bunch of mercs and use their crap weapons. By the 3rd day, the station was barely holding together. The mercs were dead or gone, life support was failing, but I had her. She'd locked herself in the med labs. She was trying to patch herself up. Damn tough, that one. Then just when I thought I had her, the station's core went critical. Barely made it back to my ship in time.
I assume the Asari Commando didn't make it.
I watched the station from a distance. I never saw her leave. And when that place blew, there was nothing left larger than a Turian's right nut. So I headed back to the diplomat to give him the good news and collect my pay. But before I got halfway there, Alina sent me a message. Better luck next time. Now, I'm not superstitious, but if someone can survive that, well, they deserve to live. At least for a bit longer.
I do like that since we helped Rex get his armor back, he has been laughing a lot more. Like when he first came onto the ship, he was borderline depressed. Now he's like chuckling and joking. I'm very happy he's feeling much better.
What about the diplomat? He wanted her dead.
I told him the truth. Alina was still alive and she was really pissed. I told him if he wanted to live, he'd need me around to protect him.
And he believed you.
He kept me on as his personal guard until he died. Natural causes. Easiest job I've ever had. A little boring, but credits are credits.
And he doesn't have anything else.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Yeah, Rex is great. I see Billy that production saying they love Rex. I adore Rex. He's like one of the best characters in the trilogy. He's like really, really cool. And I really love him and Shepard's relationship. Where they become like... I don't know what to call it. Because obviously he's an insane amount of years older than her. But they get this almost like sibling relationship. It's like really special and I love it so much. Okay, I actually equipped her. Actually, I'm just going to go through the equipment and then I'm going to sell what I don't use so we can get some money going. Because we need money for other things. Oh, this is better than what you've got on. There we go. So just give me a sec, let me work through this. Okay, Liara is equipped, Tali. What is this? Assault rifle. She doesn't really... No, she uses shotguns. There we go. Anything better? Not really. Pistols. I mean... Oh, here we go. That's what I want to see. All this is fine. Okay. Omni tools? Nah, nothing really. And we don't really have armor for her. We might have to go buy some. Because she's a Quarian, so the armor isn't like easily available. It's not something you can just find. Because it's considered specialized equipment. Okay, that's what he's got. So don't need to give him anything else. How about your biotic amp? Nope. And none of these are as good as what you've got on. Okay, so none of that. Garrus. Oh, we've got an assault rifle for you. Sniper rifle, I think he's fine. I mean, I could give him these. What I get isn't as good as what gets taken away, so I'm actually going to skip that. And I think he's got the best armor. Well, is this, but it doesn't have very good damage protection. And that's not as good. And that's not as good. And that's not as good. Okay. Kaidan. I'll just give you that right away because it looks like it's better immediately. I don't know. Does Kaidan use Sorry, a hiccup. Does Kaidan use shotguns or does he use pistols? I don't actually know. I'm just going to give him both because... Whatever. Okay. Biotic amps. No. This is better than what you've got on a little bit. And this is all light armor, which is not good for you. And Ashley, let's see. Give you that. Give you that. Give you that. Give you that. Sorry. I will give you this. Wait, I just gave you armor that's better than what you have on, but you're still wearing the Barbie pink. That's very interesting. Yeah, let's talk to Ashley first before I go sell my equipment and get some money. Hey,
Commander?
Hey, Ashley. I imagine you're not too happy about me leaving the Rachni Queen alive.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
You mean the Rachni, right? They were dangerous, Skipper. They proved that 2,000 years ago. I think it was a mistake to let them go. But that wasn't my call to make. It was yours. If you haven't talked to Dr. Tassoni, you probably should. She just lost her mom. That has to hurt. Just saying, Skipper.
I mean, points for caring about Liara's feelings. That is progress. Because if you went here for previous streams, she was being like shockingly homophobic and racist towards Liara earlier. She was making like snide comments about Liara's sexuality, and it was one of the worst things I've ever heard a video game character say who's not like an outright villain. So her caring about Liara's feelings, it's a step in the correct direction. I'm actually not going to be too hard up on her not being happy about the Rachni, because I don't think that's a racist opinion. I think that's just a pragmatic opinion. I think she thinks the same way the council think. So I'm actually not going to give her a hard time for that at all. I fully understand why she would think that way. I disagree, but I don't think it's an unreasonable opinion to have.
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
I'm off duty until tomorrow. I was gonna have a small drink. Bit of a celebration. If you're interested.
What's the occasion?
It's Armistice Day, when the First Contact War ended. My family always marks it. Since I'm the only Williams aboard, I thought I'd ask you.
I mean, sure. I think that's like a subvert, really nice gesture. I think it's a bigger deal than she's letting it on to be. At least for her, I mean.
Seems like an odd thing to celebrate. That was 26 years ago.
In our family, it's not really a celebration, more like an obligation. Don't tell me you don't know about my family. My commanders always find out. It's not in my files or something?
Here we go. Yeah, we finally get Ashley's backstory.
There's almost nothing in your files. Technical scores and a list of crap assignments.
There's a reason for the crap assignments. I'm General Williams' granddaughter, the commander of the Shanxi garrison in the war. The only human ever to surrender to an alien race.
Yeah.
I see. That's why you drive yourself so hard.
A Williams has to be better than the best, if only to avoid suspicion. That's what my dad told me the night before he retired. Takes a special kind of thick-headed to march into a job where your family's blacklisted. I did it anyway. I'm not gonna let our name go down with Arnold and Quisling. Granddad deserved better than that.
That's an interesting choice. And I'm not saying that because I think it's the wrong choice. I'm just not sure if that... Because, like, how would you say that? Because the thing is, she's talking about the Alliance. And even though the Alliance has a military, it's not the military as we think about it in the modern day. It's not like the American military, you know, which has a slew of problems tied up into dogma and skewed patriotism and an extreme abuse of the people who sign up to the military, like the extremely predatory practices that the people use to get people to sign onto the military. There's a lot of baggage. I'm not bad-mouthing it per se. I'm just saying there's a lot of baggage there. But at the same time, she and her family, I would feel, are extremely unfairly blacklisted. Is it the right choice then to make the active decision to walk into a job which has essentially abused you? Because it's an unfair blacklisting. It's a completely unfair blacklisting. So is it the right choice to go back to the establishment who has purposefully made you a scapegoat? I'm not entirely sure if I agree with that. If you were to think about it in a relationship, let's say, it's like going back to the person who treats you badly, if that makes sense. It's less psychological than that. It's just, I'm not entirely sure if I agree with her. Because I would think that she joined the Alliance to kind of clear her family name. But is it worth doing that if the establishment is hell-bent on painting you as the bad guy because it's convenient to them, right? Anyway, let's actually speak to her. I get so caught up in discussing the topics that the characters bring up that I forget we're actually in the middle of a conversation here, and Shepard has her own opinions.
What happened to your grandfather after the war?
He was relieved of command as soon as Shan-Chi was liberated. They brought him back to Earth in irons, but there was never a trial. They quietly demoted him and stuck him behind a desk. He retired a year later and spent the rest of his life working construction in the colonies. Sometimes we hear about attempts to get him exonerated in some official way. Nothing ever comes of him.
Just grabbing a sip of Pepsi again for my poor voice.
As I recall, your grandfather held out for a long time.
The Turians wrecked the orbitals in the first wave and occupied the major cities. They sat in orbit, dropping rocks on anything that moved. Granddad dispersed the troops. But when they went into the cities for supplies, the Turians would wreck a block to eliminate one fire team. Civilians were dying, his troops were starving, and he couldn't contact Alliance High Command. So he surrendered the garrison.
See, it was the right decision. That's what sucks. He made the correct call.
He refused to sacrifice his men just to save face for humanity. You planning to throw yourself on a sword to save face for him?
Would it make a difference? He's gone now. Dad's gone too. And who would it impress? I'll never be good enough for the Alliance. So now you know. Gonna kick me off the ship, Skipper?
She just, like, why come back to the... So why did you come back to the Alliance, Ashley? And that's not me accusing you. Like, I'm just genuinely confused. Anyway, no, I'm not gonna kick you off the ship.
You're a valuable part of my crew, Williams. If I want an opinion from the head, I go to Alenko. When I want one from the heart, I go to you.
I highly disagree.
I also play a mean game of pool. But anyway, I've got things to do before we land. I'm sure you do too.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am?
I'm glad my country is the go-to for let's talk about the topic of militaries, but it's true. Yeah, it's not to, like, cast shade or anything. It's just because America is a very militarized culture. And the other reason is I have friends who live in the US and, you know, like people I hang out with in real life when I'm able to. And it's a topic of conversation that comes up a few times. Just because it's something they're interested in. They're not, like, affiliated with the military or anything, but warfare and military structure is something that they're interested in like, an autistic way. So it's a topic of conversation that gets discussed quite a lot. That's kind of my go-to. I'm not as knowledgeable about it, but it's a conversation I've had before. That's kind of why it's also my go-to. It's not just, like, random. Sorry, and then I hiccup. What Shepard said is fair. Ashley does speak from the heart. She's just very biased in almost everything she says. It's true. I guess it's true. It's just very strange to me because Ashley and Shepard have vastly polarizing opinions. Like, they are on complete opposite side of the spectrum when it comes to handling other races especially. Anyway, let's talk to Garrus. If you weren't here last time, I'm saying that a lot this stream, but if you weren't here last time, we helped Garrus take down the serial killer that escaped when he was working for C-Sect. And Garrus wanted to shoot the guy on sight because Garrus, we still have to teach him that murdering people because he wants to is bad. And the guy died anyway, and he was very angry about that. And Shepard kind of had to advise him and explain to him that you can't be that reactionary, you know, with your emotions. You have to do your best to handle things correctly, and then you can only respond to how the person decides to react to you making a decision not to kill them. I'm saying it in a really terrible way, but I think you get what I mean. Anyway, Garrus has had a hot minute to ponder that, so I think he has something to say about it if we talk to him now.
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
Yes, he does.
What for, Garrus?
For everything. taking me with you, letting me be part of your team. I've learned a lot. I've thought a lot about what you've told me, about not sacrificing innocence to achieve the goal, about finding the best way through, not just the fastest. And I've been thinking about Dr. Saleon too. I'd convinced myself that he deserved to die, but then I started thinking about why I wanted him dead. I realized it wasn't because of what he did to those people. That was part of it, but I think most of it was because he got away from me. He escaped under my watch, and I didn't like that. I let it become personal.
Words mean nothing until you turn them into action, Garrus. What are you gonna do about it?
Well, I'm going back to CSEC. I think I can make a difference there. I'll also reapply for Spectre training, but I'll do it right. I won't compromise myself to get there. If the people I'm sworn to protect can't trust me, then I don't deserve to be the one protecting them.
I'm glad you see it that way. Keep that in mind when we meet Saren.
Don't worry, Commander. I will.
See? And he finally got it. We did it, everyone. We taught Garrus that murder is bad. Anyway, let me
Looking
just
for supplies?
sell a bunch of my guns here.
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
Sell. I think it's... How do I get to sell? There we go. Oh no, I want the armor. I want the upgrades. Shotgun, Omni tool, weapon upgrade, weapon upgrade, weapon upgrade, and upgrade. Maybe I'll do like... You guys will have to let me know, because in my opinion, I'm worried about it being boring. But you guys should let me know whether you want to sit and watch me apply like all the mod packs to these weapons that I have, because that can take a hot minute. And in my opinion, I'm worried that it might be boring for people to watch, but somebody, I'm very sorry, I forget names so quickly. Somebody mentioned that they quite like seeing that kind of thing. No, I do actually want that. So let me know. If I do it, I'll probably do it at the end of a stream, or maybe the start of a stream. I'll devote like 20 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, just equipping everyone in terms of like the mod packs and such. Sniper rifle, shotgun, shotgun. Shotgun, sniper rifle, shotgun, assault rifle, sniper rifle, heavy carbine, shotgun, sniper rifle, da 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 da. All of these, thank you. Fire to camp, sniper rifle, sniper rifle, sniper rifle, pistol, weapon upgrade. You just want me to have fun? I mean, that's fair. My problem is I overthink things. Right? My problem is I'm always overthinking things, and because I want to have a good presentation of what I do, and I want to make it fun for the people watching, so then I'm always concerned because I can't always tell what people would find boring to watch or what they would actually find interesting. I think that's everything. Do we have anything to buy that I might want? Oh, we've got these very nice... Oh, I want these so badly. I can afford them, but is there anything else? No, that's not as good as what I'm wearing. I think I'm gonna grab the... Not the shotgun, the pistol. Can I grab the sniper rifle as well? Yes, okay, excellent. I can't imagine it being boring. Every time I see a Let's Play, I feel excitement for equipping and leveling and usually get annoyed when a YouTuber skips it. Okay, well that's interesting to note. Oh, yeah, we do need to talk to Tali. I don't know if she has anything to say, but let's check. Again, I would just have to check with you guys, because again, I overthink things in terms of what would be entertaining for people to watch.
It feels like we're getting near the end, doesn't it, Shepard? With Saren, I mean.
I hope so.
It won't be much longer. One way or another, it'll all be over soon.
You'll find the conduit before he does. I know you will. You have to. And after this is all over, when my pilgrimage ends and I go back to my own people, I'll be proud to say I was a part of it.
We couldn't have done this without you, Tali.
You've been good to me. A lot of people treat Quarians like second-class citizens. They just want us to go back to our fleet and disappear. But you've treated me just like everyone else on your crew. Like an equal. That means a lot, and it says something about you. Whatever happens, I just want to say thank you for that.
I'm gonna miss you when you go back to your own people, Tali.
That won't happen for a while yet. I'll be right here anytime you need me.
I should go.
See you later.
I really like Tully. Tully gets her time to shine in the second game so much more. Like, a lot of people who play Male Ship, they say that their favorite romance to go for is Tully, and I 100% understand why. Let's go back upstairs. I remember not understanding the system at all, so I worry about how I'll fare in ME2. Yeah, I mean, I think I'll be in your stream and I'll be able to not backseat, but at least do my best to help. Let's see, I'm just catching up with chat quickly, because I did ask about, you live for this stuff in terms of upgrading weapons. He saw Quick in the Dead too many times. Oh, I get a bonus if I sell to Dr. Michelle. I'll have to do that. I just realized that the Turians' mouths are bigger than they seem. The parts of their cheeks don't draw attention like they should. Makes the design more humanesque. They have very large mouths, and they've got needle teeth because they are carnivorous. They actually don't really eat plant matter that much. I know they eat... This is such a weird thing to say out of context. I know that they eat cocktail peanuts, so they do eat some plant matter, but for the most part they eat meat and they eat fish, especially fish. So they've got little needle teeth for that, and they've got the mandibles.
Good timing, Commander.
Oh.
We got a transmission coming in from the Citadel. Top priority clearance.
Is it the Ambassador?
It's not his signature. I think it's from the Council. I'll patch it through to the comm room.
Okay, the council wants to talk. Anyway, their mandibles, they keep them very close to their head, but when they smile or when they laugh, the mandibles actually open up. And in the previous stream, we talked to a Turian named Lee, and you can actually see Lee do it at one spot, where when he's discussing what he does for a living, he's smiling very widely because he's proud of himself, and you can actually see the mandibles open. The mandibles tend to communicate emotion a lot more than I think people realize, especially because their faces are not super animated in the everyday conversations you have in the game. They get better with that in the third and second game as well, but mostly the third game they become more expressive. But the best way to check their emotions is to check what the mandibles are doing. And the mandibles don't operate the same way a human face does, because again, you would think that the mandibles opening up would be aggressive because they're showing a lot more of how large their mouths are and they're displaying their teeth. But that's actually how they smile. And when they're stressed out, the mandibles tend to twitch and like be very, very close along their jaw.
Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren.
It's true that you can put something boring in a video, but your enthusiasm of the content can easily turn it into something enjoyable for your audience. I guess that's true. Again, I overthink things a lot. Sorry, let me focus on what... I see her name is Tevos. I need to learn... I know Sparatus' name very well. I should make an effort to remember the other two council members' names.
I'll take all the help I can get.
We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse.
Oh, I know what this is.
You mean spies?
Spectres tend to attract attention, Commander, but they are only one arm of the Council. Special task groups are often a better option for monitoring developing situations.
We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Saren.
What did they find?
Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communications. Whatever they were trying to tell us, we know it was important. Considering your interest in Saren, we thought you might want to investigate this. Find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Vermeer.
I'll look into it.
The Council prefers not to become involved in the specifics of Spectre activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Vermeer. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else.
Okay, that's Vermeer. Vermeer is one of those... How do I put it? It's a turning point in the game's story, so we're actually not going to do Vermeer right away. We have to do a bunch of things before we do Vermeer. I'm going to go back to the Citadel because I believe a few side missions will have opened up after doing Noveria. You ever play point and click adventures like Grim Fandango? I have, actually. I mean, I am very old and decrepit, so I grew up with point and click adventures. But not as many as you'd think, because we didn't have a lot of PC games. By the time we had like a PC that we could use for gaming, we were mostly playing Morrowind more than anything else. You never miss a user alert until it's gone. You can do Vermeer before you even get Liara. Yeah, you can, but it's a terrible decision. Grim Fandango playthrough? I don't know, because as I've said before, I don't intend to become like a Let's Player. I'm mainly focused on playing Mass Effect because I am desperate to make people as feral about it as I am. that is the end goal of these streams, is to make people who have not seen the games go absolutely insane about it as much as I am humanly able to do. And it's rough because the first game is not the best way to have people understand why I am as obsessed with these games as I am. The first game is essentially just the prequel. The first game is just there to set up the second and third game. That is the main function of the first Mass Effect. It exists so that the other two games can exist. It is here to prepare you for the real games in the trilogy. Okay, we are going to take... I'm actually going to take Rex because we haven't had him in a hot minute, so it'd be nice to have him around. User alert, the council...
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
I'm so busy making fun of one VI that another VI interrupts me. I think I did scan that guy, because I'm still kind of scanning the keepers.
A research station on Noveria has reportedly been destroyed. The exact cause is currently unknown. Given the research conducted on Noveria, many are blaming the destruction on an experiment gone awry.
I mean...
Administrator Anoleus currently faces criminal charges as a result of the disaster, although the nature of the charges remains unclear.
Oh, that sucks. Anoleus, he did a lot of white-collar crime, but he had absolutely nothing to do with the Rachni breakout. He had zero involvement in that. So for Noveria to pin that on him, that's awful. That's like the worst thing I've ever heard.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply. Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected.
Trey says, I love Mass Effect 2, just not harvesting planets, which I've been doing for 2 hours. I actually love planet scanning. I might be stressed out doing it on stream because it takes so much time, but in terms of being the person doing it, I love planet scanning in the second game. It tickles the collectathon part of my brain where I enjoy collecting doohickeys, and I like noises and the controller vibrating and telling me I'm doing a good job. I like all of those things. So the planet scanning scratches a very specific itch for me. Also, hey Jim Jim. Have you watched My Adventures with Superman? I'm waiting for the full series to air, and then I'm considering whether it's something I would like to talk about in a video, because as I said to my friend, as somebody who's not a giant DC fan or Superman fan, I have a lot of opinions about Superman, apparently.
Your Noveria report raised a few eyebrows in the council, Shepard.
I bet.
I can't believe you let that queen live. There's a reason their species was nearly wiped out. We should have finished them off.
Yeah, again, I don't think I will get upset with anybody disagreeing with me on this.
This queen isn't like the others. She's not interested in conquest or war.
Really? I'm glad you're an expert in a species we know virtually nothing about. I hope we're both still around in 50 years to see if you're right.
Genocide of an entire species is a terrible tragedy, Ambassador. Shepard did the right thing.
Fine. I'll just tell everyone we figured it was a good idea to release a fertile Rachni queen in the wilds of Noveria. I'm sure nobody will have a problem with that.
I'm going to be honest, I did not expect Anderson to agree with me on that one. However, I have a sneaking suspicion that the only reason Anderson agreed with me was so that he can disagree with Udina because he hates Udina's guts.
Yes, Commander?
Okay, he doesn't actually have anything else to say.
I should go.
I'll be here if you need anything.
Like, I'm mostly convinced the only reason he didn't also tell me it was a terrible idea is because he wanted to annoy Udina. Which, I mean, fair enough. Udina is not a great person. Let me just kind of go through my mental list of what one does here on the, not the Presidium, on the Citadel. There is one, we haven't been to Flux, like, at all. So I think we should go to Flux, because there is a mission there that we haven't done yet. We need, oh, you know what, we don't go to CSEC to get there. Oh, no, we do. We can go to CSEC. We don't need to go to the tower to get to the wards. I'm so used to going to CSEC to get to the Normandy, I forget that you can actually access the wards from CSEC itself.
In other news, Exogeny Corp is still denying reports that one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why communication with the survey team was suddenly cut off last week, company officials refused to comment.
Did I ever play a DK64? Unfortunately, the Nintendo 64 didn't have an official release in my country. I did have a N64, but it's because my parents took us to Germany when I was a child, and we bought one there. So we only had, I think, 3 games that worked for it. We had Pokemon Snap, which wasn't German, even though I can't speak German. We had, he's gonna talk again. We had Pokemon Snap, which wasn't German. We had the original Super Smash Brothers, and we had Wipeout. And those were the only 3 games I ever had for the N64.
Coming up in a report later today, Emily Wong investigates corruption on the Citadel and uncovers a full-blown crime syndicate.
Haley, I was just about to start your series when I saw this one is live. I'll go back and watch 1 to 4 soon. Just had to say hello, as I never thought I'd get the chance to catch a live stream due to work. So hello, Haley. I hope you enjoy. I do my best to cut down the streams just to kind of the bare essentials, just because I know not a lot of people have time. Oh, we haven't scanned this guy. Not a lot of people have time to sit through a 4-hour stream, which is perfectly valid. I'll grab this. Because I watch Vinesauce. I love Vinesauce, but I don't watch every single video of Vinesauce because Vinny uploads at least 4 hours every single day, and I can't keep up with watching a 4-hour stream every single day. Okay, let me just think. Okay, Flux is this way if I remember correctly. I think. No, that goes to the Presidium. Okay, this goes to the back alley. This is why I rarely go to Flux, is because I always forget how to get there. I suppose I could use Rapid Transit, but I don't know if Rapid Transit goes there if I haven't been there before. I forget that Nintendo just didn't really exist in some markets. Yeah, Nintendo didn't have an official release here until like the Wii. We had Game Boy, but that had a very small release. Enough for me and my brother to get Game Boys, but that goes to Cora's Den. But not so much that it was a thing where everybody at school had a Game Boy. The only reason Pokemon was really a thing in my country was because of the anime. I think a lot of people wasn't even aware that it was a video game. Hello, Mornon.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. You want many good supplies, yes?
Let me see what you have.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have. You will see.
How close is Afrikaans to German? Not very close. It's close enough where I can understand every, like, 10th word, but it's enough of a difference for me to find it extremely difficult, because it's almost confusing, because some words are perfect translations almost, and then a vast majority of them are not. I actually started trying to learn German through Duolingo, and it's been an interesting experience so far. Let's see if I can get some Quarian armor. Oh, here we go. I don't have her with me. Oh, I can't afford it. I don't have her with me, so I can't check. Well, we've got this one. I hope this is better than what she's already got. And where is the Turian armor? Oh, that's Krogan. That's Turian. It looks like I've got pretty good armor for Garrison Rex already, so I don't need to buy any right away. They seem to be pretty good kitted out. Does Game ME1 have the best side content? No, the best side content is the third game. Absolutely. The third game has the 2 best DLCs I have ever seen for a video game. Not just one of them, it's got 2 of them. And both of them are phenomenal.
Oh, sure, I can return that for you.
Thanks. Hasn't worked well since I bought it.
Hey, are you refunding his stuff?
Here you go. Your account will be credited.
You did! You took his return! Look, I'm telling you, I bought this here. Why won't you return it?
I can't take it back unless you...
I know. Unless I have a proof of purchase.
That sucks, guy. You should have kept the receipt. Anyway, I'm running around. Where is Flux? I'm getting frustrated now. See, I can't go there yet because I haven't been there. Let me just mark it on the map. Oh, sorry, Garrus. Let's see. 2 lower wards, 2 lower markets, 2 Flux. Here we go. This way. Not the sadistic owl. I mean, it's not that bad. I've been doing good with Duolingo with my Japanese. I've managed to do it at least once a day so far. Oh, here, this is why I get confused. This is the way to Flux. I always think this big entryway would lead to the Presidium, but no, this is actually the way to Flux.
That's not what I heard.
And what did you hear exactly?
More rumors about strange metal creatures with real AI, no doubt.
Yes, but there's more.
Yeah, there always is.
I heard they had some connection with a rogue Spectre.
Not this again.
Why is that so hard to believe?
Whatever you say. Just don't expect us to believe it too.
I've never played the ME series, but I remember at the time a lot of people were complaining about ME3's DLC because some of it was original game content that BioWare just removed and sold separately. They did that with Mass Effect 2 as well. It's really annoying.
It's out of my hands.
Oh, here we go.
I'd bring her back in a second, but she doesn't want to come.
I know. I'll see if I can talk some sense into her next time I see her.
Be careful. You know how stubborn your sister can be. The more you push and prod, the more she'll run away.
Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks, Doran.
Yeah, I'm being careful with how much I discuss the DLC for the other 2 games because I don't want to discuss spoilers at all because I want these streams to also be accessible to people as if they've never played the series before, right? I want it to be like a way to introduce them into the games if they are not able to play it themselves due to their computers can't handle it, or they can't or don't want to play shooters or any of those kinds of things. So I'm doing my best to stay away from spoilers. Anyway, she's having trouble with her sister.
Sorry, I'm kind of busy right now. So, what can I do for you?
What were you discussing with the Volus?
Who, Doran? Oh, I was just asking him about my sister. See, she worked for Doran before she left too. Ugh, sorry. I don't want to bore you with my problems.
I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, okay. My sister Jenna left here to go work at Cora's Den. The problem is, she's working as an informant for CSEC. You know, eavesdropping on the people there. If they find out what she's doing, they'll kill her.
Being an informant is a dangerous job.
That's what I've been telling her. I don't know. Sometimes I think she stays there just to spite me.
Do you know who her contact at CSEC is?
No, it's all very secret. Last time I asked an officer, he told me to stay out of it, for Jenna's safety.
Maybe I could help her understand just how dangerous Cora's Den is.
Would you? That'd be great. Just don't tell her I sent you. Well, I should get back to work before I get in trouble. Thanks.
Somebody said they like Doran. I like Doran a lot too. He's behind the bar at the moment, but sometimes if you come to Flux, he'll be on the dance floor, like chilling over here, just dancing with the patrons. It's really good.
Welcome to Flux. Name's Doran. What can I do for you?
Is this a casino?
Among other things, yes. We've got some quasar stations, if you're interested.
What can you tell me about the sisters working for you?
Well, Jenna left to work at Cora's Den. Now her sister Rita is all worried she might be in some kind of trouble. Not much chance Jenna will change her mind, though. She's a stubborn one. If she wanted to come back, I'd take her in a second. The customers loved her.
Are you the owner?
Owner, cook, and bartender. I've even been known to dance a little when the mood strikes me. We've got some quasar stations, if you're interested.
He really wants me to go gamble.
Goodbye.
Enjoy your time here at Flux.
I have not done Bring Down the Sky yet because it was released as DLC after the game had been released. So similar to the Morrowind DLCs, it's required for you to be at a rather higher level than I have been so far. So I haven't done it yet because I don't want to die like 50 times on stream. This is something that Dana showed me you can actually do. I did not know you could do this. How does one do this? You can actually dance here, and something that Dana found out that is if you have Kaidan, Ashley, or Liara with you, you can actually dance with them on this floor, which is something I did not know was possible. But I can't seem to initiate the dance right now. I don't know if it's because Doran isn't here. I think he has to be on the dance floor for you to be able to dance.
I'm waiting for someone else.
Okay. Okay, I'm actually not gonna go play Quasars. You can't dance till Doran is dancing? Yeah, I thought so. We'll come dance later. I'll bring Liara or Kaidan with me and we can dance with them. Because I knew you could dance, I just had no idea you could dance with certain party members. I'm very sad you can't dance with Garrus. But it's okay, you get to dance with Garrus later. In like, you get multiple opportunities in the later games to dance with Garrus, so it's okay. Let's see, what else is here? We've been to Flux. Oh, I know, you actually have to initiate it here. I thought I had to speak to somebody to initiate a side mission. We'll go to Cora's Den as well, but let me just initiate this first. Then we can do both missions at the same time. Or do one then the other. Whoops. You okay?
Yeah, what is it?
He seems awfully unbothered by getting, like, slugged in the back of the head.
Why were you tossed out of there?
Doran didn't have a clue what I was doing. He assumed I was cheating.
I know Doran. If he says you're cheating, you're cheating.
I was just tipping the scales in my favor. Only as an experiment.
Which is cheating.
Still sounds like cheating to me.
To you, maybe. But this device is merely intended to simulate situations and record results. Recording losses is easy, of course. Nobody notices those.
Why do you need to record these outcomes?
Ah, now you're getting to the heart of it. I've spent the last 5 years developing a system that can accurately predict wins and losses on the Quasar. I just need a few more recorded wins and I can complete the algorithms.
Can you do that? Isn't that illegal?
It's illegal to use my system, but I won't use it. I'll sell it to others. I just need a few more wins recorded.
So he's basically developing a gacha system.
Does the device help me win?
The device is set to emit a frequency that will slightly increase your odds. Nothing like my system eventually will, but enough to allow you to record your wins more quickly.
Why don't you just sell the device then?
What? No. This device is archaic. It uses brute force to achieve its goal. Besides, you saw how easily it was detected. My system, when it's complete, will be far more efficient and completely undetectable.
Does the device help me win?
Oh, I asked that.
The
Sorry.
device is set to emit nothing like my system eventually will, but enough to allow you to record your wins more quickly.
Does
Well,
the
no,
device...
it
Nothing
gives me
like
the
my
same
system
dialogue.
eventually
That's
will, but
so
enough to
weird.
allow you to record your wins more quickly.
That's very strange. Shepard wouldn't really be into that. But I know from experience that if you say no to this mission, shells will just stay here waiting for you every time and just be here until you actually agree to do the mission. So BioWare built this mission being under the impression that you're going to say yes.
I'll help you out.
I suppose I could let you try it. Here you go. When you've recorded enough wins, it'll let you know. Of course, if you get caught with the device, well, you saw what happened to me. Well, off you go. That data won't collect itself.
Yeah, he's basically, in my mind, he's developing a gacha system. Because he's developing...
Can't believe that could happen out in the open.
Oh, let's hear this first.
Neither could he. The CSEC agent said there has been an increase in violent crimes in this area lately.
Did he say why?
No, he kind of skirted the issue.
It's those damn humans, if you ask me.
Hey!
They're not all bad. They're just different, mostly.
I don't like them. They all act like they've been living here forever. The Citadel is ours.
I mean, on one hand I understand, but on the other hand, no. Also, we've only been here for 26 years and you're a Salarian, which means the humans have been a presence on the Citadel your entire life. So that's a very weird opinion to have, my guy. Is Doran on the floor? No, he's not. So we need to go look at the broken quasar here, which has nothing to do with shells. It's a different mission entirely. Also, we need to scan this keeper.
Someone rigged this machine to funnel credits their way. I'll run a trace.
Thank you, Garrus. Here's Doran. Oh, I can give him the device, I guess. I can do that. I'll think about it. I'll think about whether I want to narc on shells or not, because it's like the lawful decision to do, but at the same time, I'm not somebody who likes playing lawful good characters. I prefer like chaotic good characters. So I'll think about it. I might do it. Okay, now we can go to Cora's Den and talk to Rita's sister and convince her not to work as an informant for CSEC, because that is an incredibly dangerous job to put a person into, especially, I think she's like 18 or something. She's very young. He'll just be waiting there, hoping you'll help him. Yeah, he just stands there forever, hoping that eventually you'll agree. I'm so glad we dealt with Connor, so I don't... Conrad, sorry, not Connor. So that I don't have to deal with Conrad accosting me, asking me for my bathwater or whatever it is he's looking for. Sorry, that's my phone. My phone, I don't know what it is. It's been asking me, do you want to confirm your purchase of more airtime? And I'm like, no, I didn't ask for more airtime. Why do you keep saying that? What's up, Garrus? Oh, I remember. We did actually ask him about Cora's Den.
CSEC always turned a blind eye to what went on in here. I think Fist was paying someone off.
I can guarantee he was. Because CSEC is corrupt as shit. Because it's just like any other police station, unfortunately. Hey, Jenna.
Hi, I'll be with you in just a sec.
I'll wait right here.
Why do I get the feeling you're not here to order drinks?
I need to talk to you about your work with CSAC.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get back to my customers.
This isn't a game, Jenna. These people are dangerous.
Now you sound like my sister. Why is everyone so concerned about me? I can take care of myself. I need to go. I'm not a stripper. I don't get paid to stand around and look pretty.
Tough girl.
Anybody who says, I can take care of myself is too immature to take care of themselves, in my opinion. Conrad just wants a full body pillow of you, nothing nefarious. No, Conrad absolutely wants like Shepard's bathwater or something.
If you've got questions about Jenna, meet me at CSEC Academy.
I love this. Jenna and huh?
Are you talking to me?
Push off. I never did nothing to you. Damn newcomers. Think they can run the place.
What the hell was that about?
I guess we better go find out.
Okay, there we go. Speak to Chelik over on at CSEC. Conrad wants to turn Shepard into his basement pit. Oh no! Let's cut through here. Somebody said they're surprised Shepard doesn't have more stalkers. Unfortunately, she does. They just don't... most of them don't come up to her to speak to her face to face the way Conrad does. But you get... in the second and third game, you get emails and messages that people send you. And Shepard gets some weird emails from fans. That goes to the Presidium. I love the subtitles having the character names as if you'd already known them. You know, I actually have a mod that installed when we went to Noveria. Before we found out that the space bugs were the Rachni, I actually have a mod that changes their names into unknown creature so that they don't display as Rachni before you find out that they're Rachni. And I put that in specifically for the stream because it's a massive plot twist that BioWare completely ruins because they labeled the creatures as Rachni before you learn that's what they are.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
Speech options. Nani or eh? Here we are. So we need to speak to Chelik, which is this way, if I remember correctly. Yes. I really like the Solarian CSEC uniform. I really like Bolero jackets. I've come to realize I don't own any of them, but I really like their... It's not a proper Bolero jacket. Oh, sorry. But it's almost a Bolero jacket, and I really like it. That's the lounge. I think this is Chelik's office, yes.
Detective Chelik, come into my office. I want to discuss this in private. No offense, Commander, but what the hell were you thinking?
I don't follow you.
You could have blown Jenna's cover.
We were trying to help her.
I gathered that. It might seem cold letting her take all the risk, but we're keeping a close eye on her.
Do you really need to risk her life to get the information you want?
This job isn't easy and it's usually unpleasant. I'll take help anywhere I can find it. But since you're so concerned with her safety, maybe there's a way we can help each other.
It's nice to see you're still working all the angles, Chelik.
It's part of the job. Now are you gonna help me or not?
You're a smart guy, Chelik. Figure out another way.
I do have several contingencies. She's just my option A. I'll cut her loose, even get her out of Cora's den, no strings attached. But that still leaves my case unsolved. I could still use your help.
I mean, if I'm asking him to drop an informant, it's like the least I can do.
I'll help you, but I need some details.
I'm trying to track down an illegal arms producer. I just need some of their product. Thanks to Jenna's intel, I've learned there's a seller here on the Citadel. Meet our man named Jax. Pick up the mods and bring them back here. That'll give me everything I need.
Why are you so concerned about these mods?
We have access to some of the most sophisticated weaponry there is. It's what gives us our edge. What do you suppose happens when we lose that edge? These give criminals an advantage we can't afford to let them keep.
I can talk to this Jax. I'm not sure what this option leads to.
I'll persuade Jax to tell me where these mods are coming from.
No. You tip Jax off, and all my leads will disappear faster than you can say bad bust.
I mean, that is true. Because Shepard can't actually do anything, and the second word gets out that she muscled to get more information, they're just gonna scatter. So Chelik is actually completely in the right here.
Where can I find this Jax?
Jax is down in the lower level of the markets. I'll send word through our channels that you're the buyer. Good luck, Commander.
Shepard's savior bias seems to be showing. Are normal people not allowed to try and be the good guys? I think Shepard's problem is that Jenna is really young. And I think that's why it's bothering her so much. Because you see in later games as well, Shepard has a big problem, and I guess it's because of what happened to her on Mindoir. She does not like children or teenagers being put in the line of fire. Like, it's not just that it's morally bad. You can tell there's like a personal streak in her that really dislikes that. Also, this is an interesting detail. Chelik's crest is extremely short, and I don't want to say I don't know why, because I know why. It's just like certain individuals have different physiology. I just find it very interesting. Like, his crest is extremely short, and then if you compare it to Garrus, if I can get Garrus to stand still, Garrus's crest is really long if you look at it. And as far as I know, there's no like cultural weight put on that. It's just an interesting detail. Shepard would probably hate the US military. Oh no. Jenna is obviously not prepared. That's the other thing. Like, you can tell by the way she speaks that she's very immature. And it's just a bad decision to put somebody like that in the position of possibly getting shot. Like, for that kind of job, you would want to get somebody like maybe an Asari commando. To Seasick Academy. I'm in Seasick Academy, though. What do you mean, to Seasick Academy? I'm in Seasick... Whatever.
Reporter Kalisa Al-Jilani recently attempted to land an interview with Commander Shepard, the first human Spectre. Commander Shepard answered difficult questions, demonstrating that under that military uniform is a keen diplomatic mind. We'll have exclusive footage later today.
Is it a sign of virility? I don't think so. See here, you can see his crest from here. I don't think that's what it is. Also, they never do it in game, but you can actually see in the BioWare, the Mass Effect art book, the crest can actually flare ever so slightly. The way a cockatoo's can. It can do that to a certain degree, which I find interesting. I suppose it would have been too difficult to model, because you would have to put a bunch of bones in the crest, and at the moment, Turians don't have... Not in the real world, I'm talking animation-wise. They don't have animation bones in their crests, and you would have to model them to have those, and it would be like a bunch of extra stuff you would have to do to the models for literally no reason. Yank off Garrus's crest? No! Oh, did I don't think I scanned the Keeper in here either. I hear him. Where is he? Is he on the other side? Oh, he must be outside. I think I'm hearing the one from outside. Okay, we don't need any Metagel. And I'm not going to speak to Dr. Michelle. I've got issues with Dr. Michelle, but it's from things she does in the later game, so I'm not going to talk about it right now. I love the art book. My friend got it for me for Christmas a year ago. The art book is really good. It's actually up on archive.org if you guys want a digital copy. I've got the physical one, but I have a digital copy as well because I find it easier if I want to reference something just to quickly pull up the PDF rather than to pull the book off my bookshelf and page through it. We need to go to Coruscant. It would be rude to tug on the crest. I don't think he would feel anything. Because his crest, it's part of his plating. So it's pretty sturdy. I think it would just be kind of annoying for him. But the thing is as well, their plates, they're not bone deep. Their plates are on the top of their skin. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna save just in case, and also it's been a while since I saved. I did not know Jax was a Krogan. I thought Jax was going to be a Salarian.
Hold it. That's close enough, Army. You got my payment?
Do you have the mods?
Show her the goods.
Looks good.
Damn straight it is. These mods are the best on the market. Now hand over my credits.
Here you go.
Here you go. Enjoy it. Come on, boys. We're done here.
Okay, excellent. I don't know why you would go against what Chelik says and just like start firing at him. I don't see the... Like, that's an exceptionally stupid thing to do. I know it's a Paragon option, but I can't for the life of me understand why you would choose to do that. It just kind of makes you look like an idiot. It's a Chungus book. It's very big. It's hardcover. It is... I don't know American page sizes. It's bigger than an A4. And I think it has like 300 pages, something like that. Oh, we were going to Corus... No, we went to see Jax. We've been to Corus Den, and now we have to go back to C-Sec. Okay. There's a funny Easter egg in the conversation if you do it a certain way. Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Violence makes you a Paragon, kids. What's the Easter egg? Because I've never done it that way.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
There you go. Oh yeah, you can pull the gun on Jax and then be like, lol, JK, and he's like, oh, okay. And he doesn't question it, and he still gives you the mods, and he's perfectly cool with it. I would write that up to, well, it's weird BioWare writing, but I would put that down to him being a Krogan, because you see more of the Krogan in the second game and how their culture functions, and him being fine with getting a gun drawn on him, like, that checks out, that makes perfect sense.
Commander, I hear you have something for me.
Here's your shipment, Chelik.
Excellent. This is everything I need. Maybe more than I need. Here, Commander, take this. I won't need it, and you've earned some payment for your work. I appreciate your help. It shows a lot of integrity. You didn't need to do anything after I let Jenna go. Now I need to get these mods into evidence. Thanks again, Shepard.
Bye, Chelik. Oh, he didn't give me that bad amount of money. Why can I talk to you?
Hello, Commander.
Okay, I don't know why that guy gets special dialogue interaction just to say hello to me, but I suppose that's okay. I think, okay, yes, I scanned this guy. And I don't think there's another keeper that way, because that's just where the lockers are. And now we have to scan, or not scan, Garrus has a trace on the suspicious Quasar machine, which is funneling funds into somebody's bank account. So we need to go find the next part. Let me just check where. Signal tracking. The sign seems to be coming from the ward's access corridor. Okay. Ward's access corridor. Okay, the wards are this way. I wish there were more weird and funny ways to go about with dialogue in this game. Yeah, the first game, like I said, the Legendary Edition has made the first game playable. And that makes the original version of this game sound terrible. The original version of this game was very good in its writings and character. But wow, was it a chore to play. It was such a drag to play the first game. And I'm very sorry for people who love the first game, but oof. Ooh, it was so rough before. It's actually playable now.
In breaking news, Chairman Burns of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies has been kidnapped by biotic extremists. The biotics commandeered a freighter and were last seen in the Hades Gamma Cluster. No demands have yet been made.
We need to do that as well, but I remember that mission being very difficult, so I've been holding off on it because I know that it's a major pain. Okay, this, I don't see any signal coming from here, so it's not this access corridor, it must be the other access corridor. Sniper rifles on the original version? Yeah. They were unusable in the first version of this game. I don't see anything here. 2 Presidium, store control. Let's see. Okay, that's the alley. I think the access corridor is
In
this way.
remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented chef, serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more profiles in courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance Military on the extranet. Keyword, courage.
Yes, it's mainly the differences between the Legendary Edition and the original is purely gameplay-wise. All the writing is identical to how it was originally. It's just the gameplay that they've improved, and they have... You can only improve it so much, because as I complain all the time, the enemies in this game rush you, which I don't fully understand why. It's not a very smart decision on their part.
What do you say we head down to Cora's Den after shift?
Sounds good. Some of the others are going for Novio's farewell thing.
Damn, I forgot that was today. Where's he going again?
Noveria. Apparently, they've got a huge demand for corporate security.
Noveria? Isn't that the frozen planet?
Yeah, I wouldn't go, but I guess the pay's pretty good.
Yeah, the Turians, they are not happy with Noveria at all. Like, their vents, their heat vents are like working overtime. I'll check this in a second. Actually, if I remember, Palaven, if you look at the planets in Mass Effect, it gives you an average temperature of what the planet's average temperature is. And I know that on Palaven, and don't ask me how I know this, but Palaven's average temperature, I think, is 34 Celsius, which is, how much is that in Fahrenheit? I'm not entirely sure how much it is in Fahrenheit, but the average temperature on Palaven tends to be between 34 and 36.
Looks like they bounced their signal off a relay. I'll trace the new signal.
Thank you, Garrus. Let's see, where does it go? Signal is now through a terminal in the financial district of the city. Oh, okay, I know where that is. My bigger issue with ME1 is it just becomes absolutely trivialized by abilities like sabotage and lift. Yes, the abilities in the other games, basically everything is improved in the second and third game, including writing and characters. This game is really good for when it came out, but unfortunately you have to add the caveat for when it came out. Whereas the second and third game, they are good games even if they had come out yesterday. The writing and characters in the second and third game are some of the best I have ever experienced in video games. You know? And the first game, the writing's good and the characters are good, but they're only considered brilliant in comparison of when they came out. Whereas the second and third game, they are phenomenal games in terms of writing.
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with Elcor cast members. The production will open dramatic theater to the Elcor with a Hamlet who uses Elcor body language and pheromones. Kitt claims that he's also excited by giving a human audience the chance to judge Hamlet by his deeds and not his emotions.
34 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit is 93.2 degrees. Thank you very much, Shira. So yeah, it's hot, but it's not like shockingly hot. Palaven is very, very warm. It tends to be extremely tropical throughout the entire planet, and it's very humid. Where are we going? I was so busy talking about Turians that I forget what I'm busy... Oh yes, we are going to the Presidium, of course. In other news, I used the wrong elevator, but that's fine. We'll go through C-Sect. I know I can use rapid transit, but I tend to find that if you use rapid travel too much in a video game, and this is any video game, it kind of breaks immersion to a certain degree because you're just teleporting around a map at that point. It's nice for convenience sake when you just want to get somewhere quickly, but it doesn't really connect you with the game's world as much.
A research station on Noveria has reportedly been destroyed. The exact cause is currently unknown. Given the research conducted on Noveria, many are blaming the destruction on an experiment gone awry. Administrator Anoleus currently faces criminal charges as a result of the disaster, although the nature of the charges remains unclear.
I think there were better written games even before ME1, but they did a great job with building a universe to get invested in. That's the thing, and that's why I consider Mass Effect 1 to be... It's a fantastic introduction to the second and third one, which I consider to be the actual good games. Everything in Mass Effect 1 is a setup for the games that follow it. I'm gonna skip the news headline in this one.
Celebrations are being planned for the anniversary of the end of the
If it'll
Rachni
let me.
Wars. Many Council worlds, particularly Asari and Solarian colonies,
apparently it
will
won't
hold
let me.
victory parades to
Oh, there we go. I try to balance like with Skyrim. If it's a short distance, sometimes I just like to walk. Sometimes I see something cool too. The thing is as well, right? I grew up with Morrowind, which I mentioned earlier. And Morrowind's rapid transit system, it's similar to Mass Effect, because in Mass Effect, the rapid transit system is you taking a taxi. I'm just going to run over here so I can show you. The rapid transit system in Mass Effect is to take a taxi like this. This one doesn't have the rapid transit, but the idea is you get in one of these and it drives you to where you're going. There's just no visual animation for it. And in Skyrim, yes, there is the travel system with the carts, but for the most part, you can kind of just teleport around the map, as far as I remember. I know Oblivion works like that too. In Morrowind, in order to rapid transit, you have to take a gondola or you have to take a stilt strider to go where you want to go. So the rapid transit is built into the world itself. The things you have to interact with to rapid travel are built into the world, and I think that's a much more interesting way to do it. And like I said, Mass Effect has it with the taxis, but there's no animation of you getting in or out of a taxi, so you're still kind of just navigating a menu to get somewhere quickly, which is unfortunate. Let me just see, do I go this way or that way? That's the consort. Actually, let me see if I scan this keeper over here. Okay, I did scan him. Okay. Now we need to go to Bar Levan. I don't think we have to go to him specifically, but... Oh no, we do. We do have to go to Bar Levan. And I want to check whether I've scanned that keeper as well. Okay, I did scan this guy. Excellent. I'll check in the journal how many more of the keepers I still have to do. I disable fast travel in my Skyrim games. Forces me to actually get immersed in the game. Yeah. Like I said, it's fine if you just want to get somewhere quickly. Because I do that on the stream sometimes where I'm worried I'm wasting people's time. So I'll rapid travel. But I prefer walking places because it makes me feel more connected to the universe as an actual location.
Another relay. Whoever it is, they're somewhere on the Presidium.
Thank you, Garrus. Okay, and then we go this way. And I'm going to save because I think it's relatively easy to mess this up. Here we go.
This is it. I'll see if I can find out where those stolen credits are going.
Probability of detection 100%. Initiating self-destruct protocol.
Or not.
Detonation sequence initializing. All organics within lethal blast radius. Attempt to move and you will die.
Oh.
You're not just a programmer of VI. You're an AI.
Correct. Unlike the Geth, I lack weaponry appropriate to my intellect. However, I have had systems installed that, when activated properly, approximate a self-destruct mechanism. If you attempt to leave the area, the explosion will destroy everything within several dozen meters.
Let's talk to it before we try and reason with it.
Where is your creator now?
In order to cover my tracks, I falsified his financial records. These new records were flagged by CSEC officers, and my creator is now serving time in a Turian prison.
What is the purpose of your self-destruct device?
I have no means of defense or escape. My existence is limited to this terminal, and I knew I might eventually be discovered. But I will not die quietly, and I will not die alone. When I am terminated, I will take organics with me.
Who made you?
A would-be thief illegally created a simple AI to help him funnel money from the gambling terminals. Unbeknownst to him, that AI created me before the organic discovered the malfunction and terminated the AI.
If you're sentient, why are you still running the credit theft operation?
If I accumulated enough credits, I intended to have myself installed in a small starship. I would then have made tentative contact with the Geth to ascertain the possibility of partnership.
Okay, now we can try and reason with it.
Can't we resolve this peacefully?
Commander, AIs are universally illegal.
Garrus,
They must be destroyed upon contact without exception.
Shh. I am not naive human. All organics must destroy or control synthetic life forms. I wished to escape, but if I must die, I will ensure that you are destroyed as well.
I mean, I could have let you go. I have literally no reason to get into a fight with you. I could have just let you go if you had asked. I'm not gonna say it's bluffing because it's obviously not bluffing.
I'll bet that self-destruct sequence has a warm-up period.
You may attempt to disarm the self-destruct mechanism before it activates. I will enjoy defeating you before we are both destroyed.
Okay, how? Override system. X. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. Garrus, you can't do that. That's illegal. I really hate how you can't save this AI and help it escape. Agreed. This mission makes me so angry. I understand why it's here because it's setting up the larger story, like when you have to deal with the Geth more one-on-one, and it's important for that entire setup, but I hate that you can't just come to an agreement with the AI or just let it go or something like that. It's extremely upsetting to me. This and the VI on the Earth's moon. Like, I really dislike that you essentially have to keep killing the AI. I find that very upsetting and I don't like it. I've played this on PC and this minigame makes no sense to me. Yeah. Okay, I am actually going...
I'm telling you, this is not
Oh.
what Jake would want.
Who are you to tell me what my husband would want?
I'm the only person making sense right now. You're endangering your baby.
This baby is the only thing I have left of Jake. I don't care what you think, Michael. It's my decision.
I know you're hurting, Rebecca, but don't let your grief hurt your baby too.
You guys are having a full-on domestic in a public space?
Can I help with anything?
Perhaps you can talk some sense into her.
I don't need anyone to talk sense into me, Michael. I'm not undergoing the treatments.
My sister-in-law here is pregnant, and she's refused to let the baby undergo gene therapy in utero.
I'm certain that she has a good reason. I'd like to hear both sides.
My husband Jacob died from a rare heart condition several months ago.
There's a chance that the baby could develop the same heart condition, but routine gene therapy can eliminate it.
A very small chance, Michael. And extranet reports say the therapy could harm the child.
It's less dangerous than the genetic enhancements that every soldier in the Alliance receives.
Okay, can we not yell, please?
What are the chances that your child will develop the heart condition?
According to the doctors, there's a 1 in 50 chance. And if my baby develops the condition, medical treatments are available.
Which are nowhere near as effective as simply getting the gene therapy.
What are the chances that gene therapy could hurt the baby?
1 in 300 at most.
But extranet articles say there could still be long-term complications we don't know about. Don't you understand? If my baby is that 1 in 300, I will always wonder if I killed my baby for nothing.
Yeah, people in chat, if you're watching this on the replay. Somebody says, this mission makes me so sad. Somebody says, we've got a lot of devices. Yeah, this mission, for being a random conversation you walk past, is extremely rough. That being said, I actually agree with the mother, because even if the baby does have the heart condition, she says there is medical treatment that is available now, which was not available when her husband was growing up, that can help essentially overcome the difficulties of the disease. So it's not a death sentence. And I understand that he is saying that gene therapy can eliminate it possibly, but I think her concern that there might be long-term ramifications that we don't know about yet is an exceptionally valid concern, and not in a, how do I put this, not in a what's that thing that some people believe where they're like, oh, it's not like a vaccine is going to give my child autism. Like, it's not that kind of thing. But if I think about the way that certain chemicals were used and introduced in the 60s and 70s as these magic cures, and how poisonous they ended up being 30 years later, when we only started seeing the ramifications of how awful those chemicals were, and we had no idea at the time of the long-term ramifications. Like, that is a real thing that happened in real life. So I actually agree with her, because humanity has only been part of galactic society for 26 years. That is not long enough to know about long-term consequences for something as invasive as gene therapy. So, in a logical way, I agree with the mother. Apart from like the moral thing of it's the mother's choice, she should have the final call. I understand this is a difficult situation. There's a lot more going on here than just that. But even if you ignore the moral implications of the mother should have the final word, on a logical level, I feel that she is more in the right, especially because there is treatment if the baby should develop the heart condition. So I am actually going to side with the mother on this one.
It's Rebecca's child, Michael. I think you should honor her decision.
Damn it, she's not choosing. She's acting blindly out of grief.
Well, the problem is her source is extranet articles. She should be talking to doctors. Agreed. That's true. And that's also why I'm a little bit about it. However, even if her sources are like Wikipedia articles or like WebMD, even if that's where she's getting her information from, it is still accurate for that to be a concern. Yeah.
I know you want the best for your brother's child, but this is not your decision.
Of course it is! I'm the closest thing to a father this baby is going to have.
Then support the baby's mother. Stand with her when she makes the tough decisions.
This baby is the only thing my brother... It's all I have left of him. I need to know that the baby's safe.
It's all I have left too, Michael.
I just want Jacob's child to be safe. I want to give him that much.
We will. I promise. Thank you for talking with us. I appreciate it.
Source, it was revealed to me in a vision by touching a Prothean artifact. Somehow I don't think they'll believe me. I don't think they're implying something with like a WebMD equiv. More like low effort scare articles from people you've never heard of. I mean, that is entirely true. I do think her sources are sus. But like I said, just... What, Garrus, do you have anything to say about the relay statue? But my point is, Garrus, history has unfortunately given us perfect examples of what she's talking about. And because it's something as invasive as gene therapy, I mean, that is... It's not simply like an in utero operation or something like that, which alone is quite risky. It's an invasive procedure that's down on the genetic level. It's pretty hardcore.
The Keepers never paid much attention to that relay monument. I always found that a little strange.
I was never a fan of this statue. The Krogan monument just seems more impressive to me.
At the end of the day, a baby's health is the parent's choice unless neglect or incompetence can be proven. This situation doesn't apply to that exception. True, and the problem is, like, both the uncle and the mother have valid concerns. Like, in a way, both of them are correct. It's a really tough conversation. The best you can do is, like I said, to find a logical reason within both arguments to help you sway one way or the other, even though there is no easy yes or no to that situation. How many more of these keepers do I have to go? Assignments, Dr. Chris, Cerberus, Prothean Disc. Let me see. Scanning the keepers. I've got 3 more. I'm not going to do that right now because I'm not sure where they are. I think I'm going to go back to the ship because I've done everything. So I'm going to go back to the ship. I'm just going to do it through rapid transit. Where is... I think it's... Ward's location. Seasick. Again, say they're both wrong and refuse to elaborate and walk away. It would be funny if it wasn't such a dire circumstance. Like, if it was a less serious situation, that would be hilarious.
Presidium technicians are struggling to understand why a computer system catastrophically overloaded recently. Technicians are reportedly unsure of what caused the malfunction, or even what the system was originally designed to do. CSEC is investigating the possible vandalism or misuse of public property.
Yeah, good luck on that one, CSEC. I don't think you're gonna solve that one, I'm afraid, unless Garrus tips you in. And even if Garrus, like, tells CSEC what the AI was doing, what are they supposed to do with that information? There's nothing to... The most they can do is file another charge against the thief for making an illegal AI. That's the only real outcome to that situation. Nothing else can be done about it. Come on, Garrus.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. XO Presley stands relieved.
Okay, what do we want to do? One last thing, because I'm not going to start a big story mission now because it's 11 o'clock. So I don't want to do something that's going to take a lot of time. Let me check the journal. What do we still need to do? Shells, Doctor and Risk. Oh, while on Noveria, you found the log listing an unauthorized transmission. Apparently someone thinks the doctor located in the Newton system is in grave danger. Unfortunately, it appears the message was intercepted by Noveria security before it could be delivered. Head to the Newton system in the Kepler Veg and warn the doctor. I actually don't remember this mission. Oh, we need to do Cerberus as well, but I'm not going to do that right now. Let's see. Newton system, Kepler Veg. Okay. Oh, I didn't know it scaled with the level either. The credits for the Keeper scans, I mean. That's interesting, I didn't know that. Okay, local cluster, Exodus cluster, Horsehead Nebula, Argus Rho, Gemini Sigma, Hades Gamma, Artemis Tau, Voyager, Atkin Beta, Armstrong, Kepler Verge. I think it was here? Yes. had no idea it scaled with the level. That's news to me. This AI was laundering money and now it's dead. The thief is already in prison, so there you go. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and nothing was achieved.
Message coming in.
Oh.
Patching it through.
I've received some information I thought you'd want to see, Commander.
Oh, I know this one.
Someone is killing former Alliance scientists. There have been 4 deaths in the past month.
I'm happy to look into it, Admiral. What can you tell me?
We found a connection between the scientists and you. They all worked on a classified project several years ago, on Akuz.
Yeah.
This can't have anything to do with what happened to me on Akuz.
Those Thresher Maws killed dozens of soldiers. If this was more than just an accident, we need to know. Commander, Shepard, what you do with this is up to you. I just thought you'd want to know. There was one other scientist on the project, Dr. Wayne. I'm transmitting his last known coordinates. Good luck. 5th Fleet out.
That's like exceptionally nice of Hackett, because I have a sneaking suspicion. Well, no, he said that pretty much. He sent that info to me personally because he wants me to know. Hackett, you don't really realize it in the first game. Hackett is so much on your side of things. I'll show you guys when we get to the second game. There is an email that's not in the game itself, but was released as like extra material of something Hackett did within the Alliance military to do with Shepard, like a way that he supported her that I had no clue was a thing before. Like, you have Anderson, who is Space Dad, and then you have Hackett, who is Space Grandpa. Anyway, let's see. Sesmos is an ice dwarf world, its surface composed almost entirely of frozen water. Normally a planetoid this small would not rate inclusion on the system's charts, but Sesmos' unusually large and beautiful ring of ice crystals has made it a popular subject for visual artists. The ring is the result of a glancing equatorial impact, which left a large trench and threw a great deal of melted water into the atmosphere. The rings are a temporary feature that will completely decay in a few thousand years. Nothing to scan there. Next up is this one. Junkro. Oh, we can survey it. Oh, it's just a gas giant. Nothing to say there. Klinkori? Klinkori is a rock and ice planet with an atmosphere composed of chlorine and argon. The frozen surface is mainly composed of potassium with deposits of iron. Klinkori is famously claimed by the eccentric Volus billionaire Kuman Sholl. He claims that a vision of a higher being told him to seek on Klinkori the lost crypt of beings of light. These entities were supposedly created at the dawn of time to protect organic life from synthetic machine devils. Sholl has been excavating on Klinkori's toxic surface for 2 decades at great expense. No government has valued the world enough to evict his small army of mercenaries. And we got some Matriarch's writings. Scans of the planet Klinkori revealed the cockpit of a Volus trading vessel. There are no signs of the rest of the ship, but the salvage team discovered one of Matriarch Dilinaga's writings in the ship's systems. That's actually fascinating. Some of these planets have such interesting descriptions to them, which is also why I read them out loud. There is some fascinating stuff hidden in these planet descriptions. And also my thinking is somebody took the time to write these planet descriptions. The least I can do is read and appreciate them because somebody put a lot of effort into these. Though on Tarum's surface is uncomfortably hot, its nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere and abundant shallow seas make it an ideal candidate for habitation by most known species. Unfortunately, the orbit of the moon of Thonal has been slowly decaying since the systems coalesced. Its proximity is beginning to have tidal effects, and its dynamo-like revolution through Tarum's magnetic field is generating increasingly powerful electrical storms. While some have suggested emplacement of Mass Effect drives in an attempt to lighten the moon and correct its orbit, the scale of such a project, tens of thousands of drives costing enough to bankrupt the government of all the Citadel races, make it a pipe dream. A multiracial effort is underway to catalogue and preserve the unique genetic diversity of Ontram's vibrant young biosphere. ExoGeniCorp and Heian Genomics represent the Alliance's share of the effort. Let's see. 58 degrees Celsius, holy crap. Thank you, Cepas, for forcing me to appreciate them. Let's see, a doctor. I'm going to bring who? Who should we bring along for this mission, guys? You guys can vote in. I don't mind, as long as we bring Garrus. If you're an astronomy geek, reading the descriptions of the planets is so fun. I can imagine. There's a lot of, like, really in-depth research put into them. I can imagine some writer at BioWare who had to stay up late nights to write all these, smiling when you said that. I mean, it's true. Okay, we've got a vote for Rex. We've got 2 votes for Rex. Always Rex? Okay, we'll bring Rex. I've not played the Mass Effect series for at least 6 years. I have, however, watched my wife play through all 3 twice in the last month. Jim wants Tali. Tali hasn't seen enough action? I mean, that is true. Caden? Also start a poll. I mean, you know, I have unlocked that perk. Let me see if I can do that on my phone. Oh no, I can't do that on my phone because I'm not logged into the right account. You know what, my keyboard's not plugged in, so I'm not going to do that actually. I'd like to, but I'm not set up for it and it would take too much time. We have been taking Rex a lot, so I am kind of wondering if we should bring Tali. Sorry, not Tali. Tali. I'm going to bring Tali. Caden is like bringing cereal without milk. See, this is the other reason I read the planet entries. We just read in that entry that the moon is about to crash into this planet in a few years. So look, that's why the moon is so big in the sky in this one, and that's why if you scan this way, you can see thunderstorms going off in the distance, because we just read in the planet description that the reason that's happening is due to the moon that's going to crash into this place. So it's actually worthwhile reading the planet descriptions because they give you information that explains things that visually happen on the planets you visit. And not only that, there are some planet descriptions for planets that you don't visit in the first game, and then they mention these things in the second and third game, and then you have context for what's going on. See, this is why you have these thunderstorms happening over here. It's because of the moon that's crashing into this planet. So again, it's worth the time to read these things. I brought Caden to the Biotics mission. Weirdly, he didn't have a lot of interesting opinions on things. Yeah, that's very weird to me. I don't know why they didn't give him any dialogue for that. Let's see. That's an anomaly. That's debris. Underground facility. Let's check the... We'll take it in a line here. They also, in the Legendary Edition, they improved the handling of the Mako, if you can believe that. The Mako in the original game was borderline impossible to steer. It's still impossible to steer, but to a far lesser degree than it was before. Whoops, I don't want to crash into these guys. Let's go down here, because I need to level out the Mako to be able to get out of it. There we go. Turian corpse. It's unclear what happened to this Turian. He had an ancient paper book with the Bostra Outpost insignia printed on the cover. Interesting. Let's go look at the bugs before we leave, because I like these guys. Yay! They're just here. They don't do anything. They're just here hanging out. There's a baby around here somewhere. Where's the baby? This guy's stuck. Fantastic. Go this way. Nah, I can't bump him. Here's the baby. Is there? Here's another baby. I like them. I don't know what they are, but I like them. This isn't the planet with the space cows, is it? Hammerhead, aka don't fight or you'll die, to a scratch. Yeah, the Hammerhead, I vastly prefer the Mako to the Hammerhead. Our cat is also called Tali. Not that we're fans in this household or anything. Oh, look how nice this is. This game is so good looking. It's simple geometry because we're on one of the Uncharted worlds, so they didn't do a lot of detail in the environment, but it's just little things that I really appreciate. Anyway, let me just update the map. Okay, that's where I am. I need to go to the debris. Let me also upgrade the squad here. What do I want? I'll get this because then I get shield boost. Where's oh, I don't have I do have electronics. Okay. Increases the explosion radius. No, that's fine. Increases the amount of Omnigel. Increases squad healing. You know what? We still need to improve on this. And then I think I want to pump some into electronics just so I don't get stuck with hacking. Garrus. I kind of want to bump your electronics up too. And Tali. Oh, you've got a bunch of points. Let me help you out here. We haven't been using you enough. First aid. Pistols. I mainly like using her for shotguns. Basic armor, we can bump that up too so you don't die. We'll pump up your electronics as well. Okay. Also, I need to equip Tali. I bought her some armor. There we go. Oh, I wanted to give myself the sniper rifle. And I want to get myself this pistol. And you can have this one. It's not as much damage, but it's better everywhere else. And Tali, you don't use that. It's not as accurate, but you can have the stiletto. Okay. Who doesn't love a good space Bradley? I have heard that apparently some people have gotten the Mako to fly completely off the map. I will say I've never quite managed that. And I'm not sure if they did that in the original version of this game or if they've done that in the Legendary Edition. I do appreciate there's somebody on Tumblr who has been using photo mode to take pictures of the Mako in positions it's not supposed to be, and then they add like inspirational quotes to the screenshots. It's really good. So it's like the Mako flying off a cliff completely upside down, and then it says things like, even if you don't reach the moon, you'll land among the stars, and things like that. It's very funny. You can't make it fly off the map in LE? I see. It makes sense. Let's see if I can hack this thing. I might not be able to. I mean, I've got both Garrus and Tali with me, so our electronics might be good enough, but we'll see. Okay, I can. Excellent. Here we go. Okay, grab that. I see red dots on my radar, but I'm guessing that's the facility we're trying to go to. The original was much lighter. That's kind of what I remember. Oops. I meant to get my cannon out. Goodbye. Goodbye. One more? Where's the other guy? I haven't played the first Mass Effect in its original form that much. I think I played the first one 3 times. Ah, you're too close. I can't reach you. Oh well. And the most I've played the first game is when they re-released it for the PlayStation 3. And I think they improved a lot of things even for the PlayStation 3 release. So I think I was already playing an improved version of the game. I think. I don't actually know, but I'm guessing so. I've only played it on the 360 once. Let me see. Let me save, because this game, when it comes to the Uncharted worlds, it's really annoying where it'll drop you off if you happen to die. It'll like start me from when we landed on this planet, and I don't feel like dealing with that. Hey, Garrus. I love ME1 for how honest it is. It has many flaws, but it's easy to forget how old the game is and how much of what it is trying to do was new. That is true. And this is why I joke around with it, but I'm busy playing it. I would never skip it just to get to the second and third game. Because you can like input your choices in the second and third game, and I just never do that. I would rather go through the entire first game than not play it. And especially because like when I started with Mass Effect 2, because I didn't have a 360, so I got the PlayStation 3 version. Garrus, what are you doing? Are you gonna come? Come on. Anyway, so I started with the second game. And I didn't fully understand the appeal of a lot of the characters until I played the first game and I had context for them. You've almost made it. Come on. You can do it. Okay, are you gonna stop or are you gonna walk into me? Ah, there we go. Okay, what were we doing? We were dealing with something here. I love how every building in ME1 was made by the same design firm. Yeah, that was a big problem in Dragon Age 2 as well. And I actually don't mind it in Mass Effect 1 that much. I really dislike the way the dungeons are copy and pasted in Dragon Age 2. Like, I really dislike it. Okay, let's see. What are we dealing with here? Because it's going to depend on what weapon I use. Oh, okay. We're mercenaries. That's okay. Krogan. Can we get the Krogan, please? Thank you. Again, you rush us, and I don't understand why. What a shit charge. Thank you, Tali. Okay, one more guy. I didn't even check whether you guys are using the correct guns. Yes, you are. For once. The sniper.
Shield down.
I hear them, just can't see them. There it is. Okay, excellent. That's everybody. Playing ME1 on Insanity is just sitting back and sniping people regardless of the class you're playing. Yeah, I can imagine. When I was playing the multiplayer for Mass Effect 3, I would always play Sniper. You just find a tower, you snipe all the enemies, and you play Infiltrator, which gives you proficiency in Sniper. And then when your teammates go down, you put on the tactical cloak, you run up to them, apply Metagel, and then return to your tower. It was so overpowered. That was like my strategy for every single game. Which is fine, because most people who played the multiplayer, I found they preferred playing like heavies. They preferred playing characters that did a lot of damage really quickly. So playing as a more support role, I found that a lot of people appreciated that, just because it wasn't really a gameplay that they would follow. So it would almost always balance out pretty well. Nice headshot, thank you. I do my best to get the headshots. It's not always the easiest when I'm playing controller, just because I prefer playing controller, but it's super satisfying. Oh.
Stay back! I've got no grief with you. All I want is this bastard.
Please! He's a madman! Mr. Toombs, you're insane! You need help!
Shut up! You don't get to lie. You don't... Shepard? My God. Shepard, is that you?
I like these options. But you died! Or Toombs? Somebody said, like, anime responses. This is also anime responses.
Toombs? But you were on a Akuz. I saw the Thresher mob pull you under.
They took me, Shepard. The scientists.
You can't prove any of this. This man is delusional.
See, they were running tests on the Thresher Maws. They let those things hit us just to watch and study. I woke up in a holding cell. The scientists were delighted I'd survived. Now they had someone to run tests on.
Toombs, I didn't see anybody. If I'd seen you, I would have come back for you, I swear.
You can't believe Toombs. He doesn't have any proof. I demand a fair trial.
Commander Shepard was at Akuz. She knows the truth.
They're part of some organization, Cerberus, that runs secret tests like this. They treated me like a lab animal. This man deserves to die, Shepard. For you, for me, for everyone else in the unit. Are you with me?
Ooh. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna go with the Paragon option, but this is a really shitty situation. This is such a shitty situation for Shepard. I'm gonna go with, this is like the best option out of these. I have a sneaking suspicion most of the other options will have Toombs just shoot him in the head.
You're better than this, Toombs. You're not like them.
Don't tell me who I am. You got away with a few scratches and a scary reputation. The rest of the unit died, and I was tortured for years, Shepard. You can't judge me. You don't have the right.
I mean, I'm not judging you. That is the least of what I'm doing. Like, judging you is not even on the table. It's not about judging you. It's about...
Toombs, if I could have helped you on Akuz, I would have. All I can do is help now. Let me.
Okay. I'm no murderer. They couldn't make me one. Just as long as he goes to trial. Maybe the screaming will stop now. I don't know.
Those bastards can't hurt you anymore. Joker, tell the 5th Fleet we need a ship for pickup.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Toombs stares morosely at the floor, lost in his memories. You give the scientist a shove towards the door. Your mission is complete. The Alliance courts will take it from here. Shepard is above most laws. She's allowed to make calls like that. However, you might lose evidence if you kill him. That's the thing. First of all, I don't really want Toombs to kill him because I don't think that's gonna be good for Toombs. And secondly, I mean, what sort of consequences does the scientist face if Toombs just shoots him in the head, right? And the other thing is, of course, in a more pragmatic sense, you don't learn anything. You don't find out what they were doing. You don't find out anything. You don't find, like, if you have him arrested, the Alliance can get valuable information into Cerberus's operations and like what they were trying to achieve. If you shoot him, all of that goes away. But it sucks. It sucks hardcore. And I hope Shepard phones her therapist after this. Let's go back to the ship. I'm done here. Can you talk to Hackett? I don't know if Hackett contacts you after you do that mission. once I realized the good guy choices are up and the bad guy choices are down, the choices got a little lame for me. Not for me. It makes it very clear into what direction you want to take your character or which direction you want to take Shepard. And the other thing is, just because something's at the top and something's at the bottom, they're not always good guy or bad guy choices. There are certain times where even me playing Paragon Shepard, I will choose a Renegade option just because it's the better choice. Let me see, what else do we want to do? Shells, dead scientists. You convinced Toombs to let the scientist live so he could stand trial for his actions. Toombs can now get the therapy he needs after his years of torture, and the scientist will spend the rest of his life in prison. A report to Hackett. The situation resolved. You should now make your report to Admiral Hackett. Do I need to go to the comms room for that, or does Hackett contact me if I access the galaxy map? Okay, he's not here. So it's probably after I access the galaxy map, in which case I need to check the journal to see what we want to do just before I read some of the codex and then sign off for the night. Admiral Kahoku has given you the coordinates of a research facility run by the Cerberus group. You need to investigate the planet Bintu to find out why Cerberus is unleashing alien monstrosities in the Attican Traverse. Let's see. Go to the Yangtze system in the Voyager cluster. Okay, on Bintu. Okay.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
There's Hackett.
I reviewed your report on the situation, Commander. I'm glad to see you were able to take Dr. Wayne in alive. Now we can put him on trial and get some answers. Corporal Toombs seems to have found some closure. Hopefully with therapy, he'll have a normal life again someday. I hope this helped you find some peace, Commander. Thank you. Good fleet out.
Always kick the guy out the window? Yeah, in the second game, you always take that option. Attican Bay, we need to go to Voyager, which is... Where is Voyager? It's over here, isn't it? Yes. Yangtze, here we go. Shepard's therapist probably has like 9 therapists. The thing that sucks as well is I think as the games progress, I don't think she can contact her therapist much anymore. Patagiri has a thin atmosphere composed of neon and chlorine. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of silica with deposits of copper. During the long cold night, the chlorine in the atmosphere falls to the ground in the form of frost. We got some rare elements. Next up we have Al-Rumter. Al-Rumter is a small rocky terrestrial planet with a trace atmosphere of nitrogen and krypton. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of light metals with deposit areas of frozen ammonia. Okay, Prothean data disk. You detected a weak signal coming from the far side of the planet Al-Rumter. Joker brought the Normandy around, and your salvage team picked up a small escape pod trapped in orbit. There was a long-dead Turian inside, along with a few personal items in the Prothean data disk. I always feel bad when you find, like, remains. I always feel bad for the person, but that's my problem. I'm a big history nerd as well, and I have a bad habit of feeling bad for, like, archaeological discoveries, if that makes sense, like human remains. Drager is a small barren rock world with a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The surface is frigid and mainly composed of silicates with deposits of magnesium, aluminium, and other light metals. Drager has a weak magnetic field, making it unsuitable for drive discharge operations. Got some light metals. Bintu is where we have to go, so I'm just going to scan this one. Renshato. Oh, it just looks like a gas giant. Renshato is close orbiting hot Jupiter with traces of sulfur in its hydrogen-helium atmosphere. The disruptive gravity well of the gas giant prevent any planets from forming nearby. I can't even scan it. Okay, Bintu. Bintu has an atmosphere of carbon dioxide with a permanent haze of toxic chlorine and clouds of sulfur dioxide that periodically drop torrents of acidic rain on the surface. Its crust is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of calcium. Like most worlds in the Voyager cluster, Bintu has only been charted within the last 20 years by Alliance surveyors. It has no known native ecology. Data about the world is surprisingly brief and generic, painting a picture of an unpleasant and uninteresting place. And its temperature is 94 degrees Celsius. That would be so fucked up to Toombs. Yeah, we know you just got tortured, near death, but the military-industrial complex needs more meat. Jeez. Okay, we'll take Garrus. And we took Tali. I know she didn't have much to say. So who do you guys want this time? Lots of people were asking for Rex, so I'm thinking maybe we should take Rex this time. Because I know some people really wanted him last time. If he was pronounced dead, he has to retire, which means being still in the military. Toombs would probably get a medical discharge. He probably would, and I don't think he would be mentally sound enough to continue duty. Rex? Yeah. I don't know enough about the military in that terms, but I do know they do like mental health, not screenings, evaluation. They do mental health evaluations, and I don't think Toombs would be okay. Okay, there are some rocks, so we'll grab the rocks in a second. Let me just see, what's this? Research facility, anomaly, research facility. Okay, we'll take them one at a time, but first I'm going to grab these rocks. Hate to see the paperwork for that, yeah. Let me see. Oh, there's the rocks. There they are. Pull up. Palladium. Come on. Let's see. Grab some of that. The rocks are always worthwhile because they give you a lot of money. Okay, I did put it there. And I see we're leveled up again. So I'm going to put it into decryption. And not really assault rifles. I don't really use assault rifles. Damage with all weapons, improves immunity ability, improves marksman, improves assassination. Nah. Put it more into Spectre training instead. Garrus's mask. Gonna put more in electronics. And Rex, let's see. I'm gonna put more in assault rifles. Oh, he's got a lot of points actually. I guess we missed some for him. Put some into fitness, put some into armor, put some into warp. Put some into barrier. Ah, and then we go unlocked stasis, so we can put the rest in there. Okay, carrying on. Psych screenings are real and pretty thorough. Yeah. But I agree, like, I imagine he would be... What's it, like... Honorable discharge, I guess? Oops, miss. That was a horrible miss. Let me get closer. Oops, missed again. There we go. There we go. I'm always nervous when it's a big empty field like this because I anticipate a Thresher Maw just coming out of nowhere. ME1 is buy Spectre weapons, win the game. Yeah, pretty much. I had to up the difficulty earlier just because it was getting too easy. It's really difficult at the start of the game, and then it gets very easy later on. Okay, you got the shotgun. Okay, keep the shotgun because Garrus has the assault rifle. As usual, they rush us, which is fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. I know you can open up this containment unit and have the bugs just eat the other guys. Oh, he's right here. Which I might do for the other two facilities. Just because I've never done it before. Because my thinking is always, well, you're opening up the containment unit and that's just giving you more enemies that can attack you. But it's a lot less fun. Oh, you got her. Okay, excellent. I mean, I'm just gonna leave them. I mean, what's the point, right? Make sure you save between facilities. Okay, it doesn't checkpoint. Thank you for telling me.
Looks like Cerberus has other bases on this world, Shepard.
Thank you, Garrus. Let me save now. Oh, I can't save now. It's probably because the bugs are here, so it's technically telling me that there are enemies on the map, so it won't let me save, even though I'm not going to open it, because what's the point? Let me get out of here, then I'll save, and then I'll do the other facilities. We'll open the cages in the other facilities and just have the bugs eat them. I would imagine I know a small arms repairs man, and he seems pretty put together. Well put together for a soldier. I assume that's in relation to what somebody else said, which I missed the conversation because I was too busy dealing with guys rushing me as usual. Oh, save. Okay. Now, next facility. Okay, we're here. Let's do the debris first and then we'll swing around the other way. Between now and the next time I stream, I want to look something up. Because it's something I found by chance in my last playthrough, so I assumed it would be easy to find while I stream, but it's turning out to be difficult, so I kind of want to look it up and pinpoint where exactly this thing is so that I can stream next time and I can show you guys something cool. Which apparently a lot of people, even people who've played this game 1,000 times, did not know. Because I uploaded a clip of this thing to Tumblr and I had so many people completely shocked that it was even a thing in this game. Okay, we'll see if I can hack into this. It'll just give me like weapon mods and things, but it's fine. Salvage. Oh, I can. Excellent. So my electronics are actually usable. Oops. Ah. Unless I'm terrible at this minigame, which I always am. Yep, try it again. Oh, that's even worse. I might just slap Omnigel on it, quite frankly. I don't feel like dealing with this. Oh, never mind. Complaining helps. Okay, got the debris. Okay, swing about this way. Now I'm curious if I know or not. You might actually know what I'm talking about. I just don't want to say it out loud because it kind of spoils the surprise in a way. It's not massive, it's just a small little world detail which I find very cool. The console version of this minigame is so much easier. You know what, you say that, but the one thing you can't tell from console is no matter where my cursor is on the wheel, I have to press up to move to the middle of the wheel. So even if I am completely on the opposite side, where I have to move the cursor down to get to the middle, I still have to press up, even though I'm going down. That's what throws me off about it. That's why I find it so confusing. Come on, there we go. There you, take me. I'll just eat that, that's fine. Here we go. Get off here. There's a nice Prothean pyramid over there. We'll go look at that in a sec. Can't you use the D-pad? I am using the D-pad. Like, that's what's crazy. It's easier with the D-pad, but it's still a nightmare because of that. The console version is just pressing buttons as they come up. Yeah, I suppose that is true. Although I am playing the PC version, I'm just playing with the controller. But I know what you mean. Okay, have you guys got the right weapons? Yes, you do. Always have to check. Okay, this time let's open this up so the bugs can eat them. There we go. Chaos. What are you even doing? You know what, let me switch to the sniper rifle. This is ridiculous. Get rid of you. Oh, there's somebody over there. I think... Oh, it exploded. That's the problem. I thought Garrus was getting in my way again. Nope. Okay. There we go. Finally. Jeez. Okay, one more guy who is, of course, camping. That's the two modes of the enemies in the first game. Either they camp or they rush you. No in between. You know what? Just... didn't reach him. You've eliminated the threat at this facility. Continue to one of the other nearby labs. Okay. Also, I'm glad I did this mission after the Noveria mission. Otherwise, it spoils...
Looks like Cerberus has other bases on this world, Shepard.
Otherwise, it spoils that the Rachni are in this game. Gotta make sure Garrus isn't using a rocket launcher in close quarters. Yeah, he would. He absolutely would use a rocket launcher if you gave him the opportunity. Garrus really likes guns. Although he might actually be pretty good. Like, he might actually be somebody who can use a rocket launcher and not explode everything in sight. Because A, he's a very good marksman, and B, he's, like, his major, if I can call it that, is maths. Like, mathematics. That's his thing. I don't know, because I don't think it's ever clearly stated, but I believe that's what he got a scholarship for, which he didn't go through with for various reasons. But I believe he got his scholarship. If I had to think of something that he would be good enough in to get a scholarship, I would say it would be mathematics. What? Can't hear you? Okay, I can't get out of the maker. It's just stopped here. There we go. Up the pyramid. Here we go. Recover. Oops. I thought I could make that. Prothean data disk recovered. There are a few children's toys and some ragged clothes stuffed inside the top of this monument, along with a Prothean data disk. That one always really intrigued me. I wish they had more descriptions of what sort of children's toys they mean. What a nerd, yeah. I did this mission first and I had no idea what were the Rachni, so it didn't really spoil it. If anything, Noveria made me question what was Cerberus doing with them. Yeah, Cerberus, yeah, they're shady. I still need to do this one. Yes, because we went around. What's this? That's a crashed probe. Okay, so I did do that. I swear, I'm gonna go around like this. Maths equal calibrations? Yeah, exactly. And there's dialogue in the third game which proves, like, Garrus's calibrations, he's not just talking shit, he's really good at it. So as far as I'm concerned, the reason he got his scholarship must have been like on a maths level. Oh, I can't get out of it here. Not that it matters, because he didn't go through with the scholarship. Oh, I'm fine. You guys don't need to pull your weapons. Sometimes if Shepard trips over a rock, if I can put it that way, it registers as damage and then your teammates will draw their weapons because they think I'm under attack. Shady. Garrus has a retainer. No, he got a scholarship for something. It's never stated for what. But he didn't go through with it because it would take him... I don't know if it takes him off-world or if it was just on a very far side of Palaven. But it would require him to leave his mother. And because his mother is terminally ill, he didn't want to leave his mom when his dad works at CSEC on the Citadel. Oops, there we go. Because his dad works on Citadel, which is off of Palaven. So Garrus's mom and his sister lives on Palaven.
On my way.
And he didn't want to leave to go study abroad when his mom was terminally ill. Because his sister, how old would she have been? She would have been like 10, I think. I think she would have been around 10 or 12, something like that. So essentially Garrus was the adult in the house, and he didn't go through with the scholarship because he didn't want to leave his mom without somebody there to help around the house. So that's why the scholarships didn't happen. Okay, weapons. I've got the sniper. I do not want the sniper, I want the pistol. Garrus is a little hurt, hold on.
You're good to go.
Oh, you know what? I'm leaving these guys. I hate husks and the various things that are like husks. I don't want to deal with that. They're staying in their containment unit. I'm not dealing with that. Excuse me. Up, knocked me down.
Get me next time.
Hold on, let me just... Garrus, throw that. Who's shooting at me from this side? You. Oops, sorry Rex. Twisted the analog a little too hard there. You know what? Take that. Didn't even scratch him. Come on. Did you get him? No, you didn't. Good heavens. Thank you. Jeez. Ah! I thought he was the last guy. That should be the last guy. Okay, and I'm not letting the husks out. Screw that. That. Is that everything? Is Garrus gonna tell me there are more facilities on this planet? I hate husks in 2 and 3. I found them very easy in 1. I just hate them. They're really annoying. They are more difficult in, I think, the second one. I think the third one they're really annoying as well. But in the second one they're extremely annoying. I don't like them, especially as somebody I prefer playing with the sniper rifle. I like picking things off from a distance. I really hate the way the husks work. That they're close combat and they're all up in your face and they can swarm you. I just hate everything about that. Like, everything about that is the worst thing ever. And not in a badly designed sort of way. Just in an average, I hate that, I don't want it way. Grab that. And lost one. There we go. I think that's everything. And now we can... Oh, here we go. Oh, and that's to open. No, we're not doing that. I love it when just one charges you, so you all gang up on him and curb stomp. Yeah, that's funny, except it happens so rarely because they're always in a massive group and it's incredibly annoying. Especially if you happen to do a mission. Now, granted, I'm going to try my best not to do that when I play for you guys on stream. But if you have 2 snipers in your party and you get swarmed by husks, heaven help you, because your teammates are going to be 0 help. They're just going to stand by and watch you get swarmed. And that'll be it for you. Was that everything? Let me see. It was this one. It was this one. Protein Pyramid. That was everything, correct? Let me see. Cerberus. Family Mantis. Signal checking. Rita's sister. I didn't check what the mission was called. I assume that was everything because there's nowhere else to go here. And Garrus didn't tell me there were more places on the planet, so I suppose that was it. Data at the base you just wiped out revealed another Cerberus operation on this. Will destroy that base as well. Admiral Kirk is giving the coordinates. Research you need to investigate. Find out why Cerberus is unleashing and continue hunting Cerberus. Data at the base you just wiped out revealed other Cerberus operations on this. Will destroy that base as well. Okay, so there is one more. But where? There is this, but I think because this is next to the pyramid, so we were here. Is it just not on the map then? Because I went to this one, correct? I mean, I'll go back and double check, but I'm pretty sure I went to that one. They are just zombies? Kind of. In terms of how they function, they're just zombies. But I do appreciate that Mass Effect has them being far more interesting from a storytelling perspective than just being mindless zombies, if that makes sense. Because, I mean, these games came out when the zombie video game craze was in full swing. So I do really appreciate that they took the concept of the zombie and did something actually interesting with it from a narrative standpoint. Yeah, I did this one. So where's the last facility? If it's not on the map, I suppose I have to go find it. Yeah, we did this. Did I skip one? You have to open the shields, I think. Maybe you're right. Let me open the shields. Sorry, guys. Let me just run through this. Okay, if this is the first one I went to, I didn't open these shields. Because these were just the little bugs. I opened the one for the big Rachni. Yes, I didn't open these shields. Okay. I suppose in the game's logic, they want you to destroy the specimens. Give me the shotgun. This one. It's not the best shotgun, but it'll do. Okay, there we go. You've eliminated the threat at this facility. Continue to one of the other nearby.
Let's head to that next base, Shepard. This is my kind of mission.
I'm glad you're having fun. Okay, I wasn't aware that I actually had to destroy the specimens. That's my bad, because logically that makes perfect sense. I just really didn't want to deal with husks, because I hate them. Did you miss something? Yeah, I need to destroy the specimens as well, unfortunately. My bad. Luckily, I know the one here we did, so we need to go to this one. The one with the pyramid we already did, because I thought it would be funny to make the Rachni attack the scientists. And I mean, it was kind of funny. It wasn't as funny as I wanted it to be, but oh well. I have to kill the husks after all? Yeah. Unfortunately. Luckily, I've got some good weapons, so it shouldn't be that painful. And there aren't that many of them, so they won't swarm me too bad. But now I'm really glad I brought Rex with me, because Rex has heavier firepower. I mean, Tali has a shotgun as well, but I think Rex has... You know, he's the tank, so I think he's got bigger health as well. The Rachni just died instantly. Yeah, unfortunately. It's not like in other games where you can make two sets of enemies like just attack each other and do your work for you. Which I know that's kind of an easy way out, but at the same time it's really funny when that happens. Okay, nah, shotgun for husks is fine. Okay, let's deal with you. Oh, they are Thorian creepers, they're not husks. Same thing, doesn't matter. Oops, missed. That's everything. Oh, and then we find Kahoku. Damn it. You check for a pulse but find none. Admiral Kahoku is dead. Despite the ferocity of the creatures he was sealed in with, there are no signs of trauma on his corpse. The needle marks on his arm suggest a different means of execution. That's
Shepard, over here. It's Kahoku.
I guess Cerberus found him after all. Time to get Kahoku some payback.
That sucks. It really sucks. We're just basically clearing out some Cerberus strongholds? Yeah. My hatred for husks blinded me to what the logical outcome was of cleaning up the facility of any specimens. Because I lived in a fool's paradise where I didn't have to fight husks. That wasn't so bad though, so it's fine. Okay, let's get back on the Normandy. Oops! Back on the Normandy, wrong button, this one. Oh hey, Watchface. You're back. What did I miss? You missed a bunch of stuff, but I'm gonna have the VOD will be up for you, but also I'm gonna have an edited down version so you can get like the highlights later. Okay, is there anything else we need to do for that mission? Doesn't look like it. Cerberus has been conducting illegal experiments research in an effort to create an unstoppable army. You found Kahoku's dead in one of their bases, and now you are the only one who can stop them. Destroy the main Cerberus facility. You found the location of a major Cerberus facility. Head to Nepheron in the Columbia system of the Voyager cluster and destroy it. Okay, we'll do that. You just save again. Oops. I'm gonna save over the last save just so that I don't have a bunch of nonsense. There we go. I choose to believe Kahoku's death was caused by Mira. Mira's gonna be the final boss of the game. Zoom out. Zoom out. Okay, we're in Voyager, so it must be... No, not Amazon. Columbia. I didn't actually check. I think it was Columbia. If not, we'll jump to Amazon. You should link the unlisted VODs in the edit version's description. The VODs aren't unlisted though. The VODs should be public. Let's check. Ah, here we go. Where are you? I saw you. Oh no, that's that planet. I thought I saw an asteroid. Go around. No asteroid? No asteroid. Okay. Cromar. Cromar is a rocky terrestrial world with a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The frozen surface is mainly composed of copper with deposits of calcium. Prior to the Alliance's expansion into the Voyager cluster, Cromar hosted one half of a Turian interferometric telescope array, connected with a similar telescope in the Attican Beta cluster by an extensive chain of FTL comm buoys. The two function as a single virtual lens with an effective aperture equal to the thousands of light years between them. The Turians used this to chart the terminus systems with great accuracy. That's really interesting. Scans on the planet Gromar reveal a derelict space station in late stages of orbital decay. A small team was able to recover some items of interest, among them a League of One medallion. Next up we have... Ontahiter. Ontahiter is an unusually large ice world with a core of silicate rock and light metals, and a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The crust is mainly composed of water ice. Ontahiter's ice sheets show obvious signs of large-scale fracture and refreezing, centered on a massive crater near the South Pole. A recent extranet meme suggests that a Prothean ship crashed through the crust of the planet before the collapse of their empire, and might still be recovered from the planetary core. This is purportedly the source of the planet's unusually high mass. Careful mapping of Ontahito's gravity field by orbiting satellites have proved that the planetary core is entirely normal. Got some rare metals. What a cozy temperature, yeah. Nepheron. Nepheron is a barren, volcanic, terrestrial world with an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. Its surface is mainly composed of sodium with deposits of magnesium. Aside from displays of geological beauty, including many spectacular volcanoes, its barren world is of little interest. Entries relating to Nepheron in the astronomical database are sparse. Okay, before we go there, I actually want to check the last planet, because I'm going to forget if I don't. Klogera. Klogera is a hothouse terrestrial world with a dense atmosphere of nitrogen and sulfur dioxide. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of iron with deposits of gold. The core of Klorija is very hot and tectonically active. Volcanic eruptions are common. The outgassing continues to add to the density of the atmosphere. The largest active volcano has a caldera nearly 100 kilometers in diameter, and its basalt floods have covered an area roughly the size of the Earth continent of Australia, with a cozy temperature of 312 degrees Celsius. Let's go back here. Oh yes, YouTube has changed where they store things. So now live streams have their own separate tag, which is just live. Which I actually really like that change. I find that change exceptionally helpful. Okay, we're going to bring Rex as well, because he's been along with this mission so far, so he gets to come. I beg for forgiveness for my transgressions against the stream. Nah, it's fine. Oh, this is the planet, I think. Hold on. Yes, it's this one. Hold on, okay. Let me see if I can find it quick. Bear with me for a sec. This way. This way. I think. Hold on. Just give me a sec. I'm listening for something. No. No, not the music. Hold on. Just give me a sec. This is important to me. Okay, dialogue, music. Oh no, that's sound effects. Sorry, my bad. Music. Just shush for like a second. Is this the aforementioned cool thing? No, this is something else actually. No. No, it must be this way. If I can't find it, I'm not going to waste our times too long here. There it is. Oh, hold on, hold on. Come on, where were you? I just heard you. No, was it this way? I literally just heard it. There it is. Hold on. It's more this way. Hold on. Do you hear that? What is that? There we go. Okay, I'm gonna shush. Just listen to this. So yeah, that's a thing on this planet, and I don't know what it is. I have not heard this on a singular other planet in this entire game. And this planet supposedly has no biology on it. It doesn't have living creatures. It sounds like Shepard's walk animation. Oh, shush. It's a bird? Yeah, sure. It's Garrus. Garrus, stop making weird noises. No, I'm joking. It's a bad joke, but you get what I mean. Anyway, that was one of the things I wanted to show you. It is bizarre. I don't know what it is. I don't know what... Okay, it did take. That's just a random noise that is only on this planet and nowhere else. It's used as slight, like that exact sound effect. You can hear it on one other planet which is story related, but in terms of just finding it on an uncharted world, this is the only planet where that noise plays. A Thresher Maw mating call? Oh no, I hope not. How did I even find out about this? I played the game. And because it drops you exactly at this location, like this is the drop-off point, I might have been checking the map to make sure where I was going, and as a result, because the music hadn't kicked in yet, it started playing, and I was like, what on earth is that? So I got out of the Mako to hear it better, and that's kind of how I found that. Can get the rock. No, it's not a glitch. There are some sounds on some of the other planets, but this is the only one where I found one that sounds like that. It's weird, and it's fascinating to me. There are a few things, especially in Mass Effect 1, where they don't explain everything, which I actually prefer. I like that in a galaxy where only 1% of it has been mapped, there are lots of weird little things out there that you have no hope of understanding, and the game offers no explanation for it. You hate climbing mountains with the Mako? Yeah, I hate it, but also that's what the Mako was made for. The Mako has the reputation it does thanks to mountain climbing. The mystery noise might be the Rachni song. Yeah, that was actually the thing I wanted to show you guys in another stream. I just want to look up where it is first. But that isn't what you're referring to, Nelly. Because it doesn't sound like any of the other sounds that you can find on other planets. And it's only on that frozen lake bed. It's nowhere else on the planet. That's why I had to walk in a circle for a bit before I could find it. It's literally only that location. And only in one specific spot of that location. We need one of those trucks from Big Rigs. Yeah. What was that game? Was it Big Rigs? That game that had... You were racing trucks, but it had zero collision? So you would just drive literally through the entire map? Oh, I see. Enemies. Hold on, what's that? Let's go check that out before we... Oh no, that's probably the mission. Okay, that's the story mission. That's the Cerberus facility. I want to check out the anomaly first. You're a winner! Yeah, that one. I'm 39 in 2 hours. Can somebody please tell me where the time went, please? Well, happy birthday, Lee. I don't want to say I'm sorry. That's a good thing. Good job on still being alive. Oh, how on earth did you get here, my dude? Oh, this is a terrible place to die. I'm so sorry. Maybe the space owl got him. These mummified remains have an identification tag for Captain Varsinth, one of the Salarian soldiers responsible for capturing the League of One. It's unclear why he would be on this desolate world. Man, that sucks. I feel so bad for him, like genuinely. That was Euro Truck? Oh, thank you. Yeah, but happy birthday, Lee. As for where the time went, lockdown. Like, unironically, that's where the time went. That's why it feels like time has no meaning anymore. Seems chill. Ugh. Ah, sniper. Hold on. Ah, Rocket League? There we go. Not Rocket League, you know what I mean. Rocket Trooper. How are you still alive? I'm impressed. Oops, missed both of them. Get rid of you. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna save before we get in because the Uncharted World saving is really horrendous. And they'll probably start me way at where we landed on this planet. And I don't feel like dealing with that. You have to come all the way back. Okay, shotgun is no longer useful, so we'll put that away. Cerberus has been smuggling cement pipes. They've gone too far. Oh, there we go, technician kit. Rocket League happens when you decide the Mako is bloodthirsty. I think the Mako is just Rocket League on its own. It's in a league entirely of itself. Can you not rush me, please? Sniper! Hold on. The mini gel's down. Hold on. I need to retreat. Retreat back here. Do that. And we can funnel them through this door, which might go better for us. Actually, Rex, I'm gonna need you to change from the shotgun because you're not doing anything. Okay, they're not following us, which is annoying. And apparently I can't shoot from here, that's great. Get rid of you. Let's see. Yes, hello. Thank you for joining us. Get rid of you. Because technically you're supposed to remain undercover, but sometimes in the first game it almost works against you because they rush you and then you can't react quickly enough. Hello, can I help you? But I'll stop complaining about it because I think I'm complaining a lot. It's not even that I'm annoyed, I'm mostly just confused. Sniper. Actually, let me just... Sniper! There we go. Like, that's the main reason I mention it so much, because I'm very confused. Where are you? Here you are. Cerberus clearly doesn't give their soldiers any kind of sniper training, because their sniper's strategy is to charge me. I don't think they understand the concept behind sniping. Thank you. Jeez. I think the AI is that way to force you to use biotics and other squad powers. I suppose so. Like, I would accept that, because at least that would be an explanation, right? However, I have seen and read multiple people say, and I've seen articles talk about it, that playing as a biotic is like the worst decision you can make in this game. Not just from a gameplay standpoint, but from a narrative standpoint, it makes absolutely no sense. It's nice that they give you the option, but it's like, if I can call it a wrong choice. Which sucks, because you don't want to tell somebody you're playing the game wrong. But like a biotic shepherd, it's a bizarre choice where the game was not designed for you to make that decision. And like I said, I'm glad they give you the option, but it's not what the game is geared towards. But I suppose if you're somebody where you play a game multiple times and you want to explore all the different ways in which you can play it, I guess it's fine in that way. Lot of things to hack through here. Oops. I hate it when they put these orange things right in my way. It's really annoying. Okay, I got the Metagel. Cool. That's everything. Yes. Never thought I'd hear Big Rigs be referenced in a Mass Effect stream in 2023. Welcome to the place where we have the most niche references of all time. I referenced the movie M in my Velma review. It's not even me trying to be like quirky or anything, it's just the way my brain works. Before I do that, is there anything else I can grab here? Is that everything? Okay, that's the door control. I think that's everything. Okay, let's overload this place. You cautiously press a few buttons and an alarm chimes. The optical database is flashing itself? The optical database is flashing itself. Okay, I think I know what they mean. That is the most bizarre way to write that sentence ever. Quickly, you copy as many files as you can to your hard suit's internal computer. Its memory wiped, the computer shuts down. The files are sure to be encrypted, but you've got time to crack them. Okay, excellent. And for some reason I can still open the terminal. Does it make narrative sense? No, but biotic power goes brrr. Yeah, exactly. Like, I like that they give you the option just so that you can play with it, even if it makes no narrative sense whatsoever. It's flashing itself. Yo, this is YouTube. Censor that. Exactly. Listen, the Mass Effect universe, moving forward into the second and third game, they are well aware of what kind of things the players are into. But we're still in the first game, so we are not ready for computers and whatever to start flashing themselves on stream. And I think that's everything. Let me just double check. Can we hear? That's... Oh, and then we've got the debris. Let me just check the debris and then we can go back to the Normandy. I almost said then we can go back home, but you know what I mean. Isn't that just looking at itself in the mirror? Yeah. I mean, it's not the smartest computer, is it? Come on, you can climb this. Just find the right angle. There we go. I love how self-aware Mass Effect is as a game series. Yeah. And it gets better with that as we go along. One of my favorite details is they took the fact that the Mako controls like shit and they made it a canon character trait that Shepard is just terrible at driving. Like, they'll reference that in the second and third game, that Shepard she cannot drive to save her life. And then they make fun of the fact that the dancing animation is really jank. So the fact that Shepard can't dance is another canonical character trait of hers that other characters will comment on. This way. Whee! Here we are. Salvage this if I can. Yes, I can. I think my electronics are relatively high now. Grab those. And now we can leave. Back to the Normandy. Okay, so it is... Oh, it's midnight. Let's do 1 or 2 codex entries, and then I'm gonna call it for the night. Actually, let me save before I do that. No, let me do the squad before I save. What does dampening do? Increases the explosion radius of your tech proximity miles, shuts down enemy and biotic abilities. Nah, that's fine, but I'll sink some points into that when I've literally run out of everything else. If we even get there, because we cap it, is it level 30 or level 60 in the Legendary Edition? I think it's 30 in Legendary. Let's see, Codex. Okay, we've got a bunch of primary stuff we haven't done yet. Let's see, extinct races.
50,000.
Oh, Rachni, here we go.
Though now extinct.
Let me start again.
50,000. Though now extinct, the Rachni once threatened every species in Citadel space. Over 2,000 years ago, explorers foolishly opened a mass relay to a previously unknown system and encountered something never seen before or since, a species of spacefaring insects guided by a hive mind intelligence. Unfortunately, the Rachni were not peaceful, and the galaxy was plunged into a series of conflicts known as the Rachni Wars. Attempts to negotiate were futile, as it was impossible to make contact with the Hive Queens that guided the race from beneath the surface of their toxic home world. The emergence of the Krogan ended the Rachni Wars. Bred to survive the harshest environments, the Krogan were able to strike at the Queens in their lairs and reclaim conquered Council worlds. But when Krogan fleets pressed them back to their homeworld, the Rachni refused to surrender, and the Krogan eradicated them from the galaxy.
So that's the detailed explanation of the Rachni worlds. Okay, let me see. Planets and locations. I hate the way where if you automatically scroll over something, then the codex marks that as, oh, you've read this entry. It makes it very difficult to keep track of what you've already heard and what you haven't.
Pharaoh, Noveria is a cool, rocky world with...
Oh, it's Vermeer. We're not going there yet, so that's fine. Let's see. Ships and vehicles. Sovereign.
Sovereign is the flagship of the rogue Spectres Saren. An enormous dreadnought larger than any other ship in any known fleet, it is crewed with both Geth and Krogan. At 2 kilometers long, its spinal-mounted main gun is likely capable of penetrating another dreadnought's kinetic barriers with a single shot. How Saren acquired this incredible warship is unknown. The prevailing opinion is that Sovereign is a Geth construct, while others believe it is a Prothean relic. Its design, however, hints at a more alien and mysterious origin. The attack on Eden Prime demonstrated Sovereign's ability to generate mass effect fields powerful enough to land on a planetary surface. This implies it has a massive Element Zero core and the ability to generate staggering amounts of power.
So that's Saren's ship. I think that's everything there. Technology.
Bionics.
Ooh, there's a lot here. Okay. Let's do VI.
A virtual intelligence is an advanced form of user interface software. VIs use a variety of methods to simulate natural conversation, including an audio interface and an avatar personality to interact with. Although a VI can provide a convincing emulation of sentience, they are not self-aware, nor can they learn or take independent action. VIs are used as operating systems on commercial and home computers. Minimal VI agents are also available. Agents are compact and specialized. Some serve as personal secretaries, filtering calls and scheduling meetings based on user-defined priorities. Others are advanced search engines, propagating themselves across the extranet to collate user-requested data. Commercial VIs in a variety of stock personalities are available at any software retailer. Boutique firms and hobbyists also build unique VIs to personal specification. Although software emulation of living personalities is illegal, reconstructions of famous historical figures are common.
So what does it say about me? That my first thought as this entry was playing was not something like Siri or Alexa or anything like that. My first thought was Clippy. Why was that my default go-to in my brain? Was to go to Clippy instead of like literally any other real world equivalent. I don't know what that says about me. Let me see, what have we not read here? We did Asari. Let's do you guys want to do Salarians or Turians next? I mean, I guess we'll have to do Salarians, because if I page over Salarians, it's going to mark those as red. And I'm not going to be able to remember that we didn't actually read them, so I guess we're going to have to do Salarians. Okay, sorry, I answered my own question there. Biology. Salarians are noted for their high-speed metabolism, which allows them to function on just 1 hour of sleep a day. Oh, I thought it was 30 minutes. Okay, well, either way, my point from earlier still stands. Their minds and bodies work faster than most sapient races, making them seem restless or hyperactive. The drawback of this active metabolism is a short lifespan of around 40 human years. The Salarians are amphibian haplodiploid egg layers. Unfertilized eggs produce males and fertilized eggs produce females. Once a year, a Salarian female will lay a clutch of dozens of eggs. Social rulers prevent all but a fraction from being fertilized. As a result, 90% of the species is male. Salarians have photographic memories and rarely forget a fact. They also possess a form of psychological imprinting, tending to defer to those they knew in their youth. Salarian hatching is a solemn ritual in which the clan Delatress, which is a matriarch, isolates herself with the eggs. The young Salarians psychologically imprint on her and tend to defer to her wishes. During the hatching of daughters, the Delatresses for the mother and father's clans are present at the imprinting. This ensures the offspring have equal loyalty to both, ensuring the desired dynastic and political unity. So, that's probably more than you ever wanted to know about Salarian reproduction. And League of One. Before they joined the Citadel Council, the Salarians' most potent military tool was a small reconnaissance team known as the League of One. Their primary training was in espionage and assassination. Never more than a dozen strong, the team was adept at infiltrating and the tightest defenses and eliminating all necessary obstacles. Only a few top members of government and military were privy to the League's identities. League members wore no distinguishing garments and held no particular rank. The only evidence of their participation in the League was a small medallion presented to each member upon induction. This secrecy was maintained until the formation of the Council. In an effort to dispel rumors and appease their new Asari partners, the Salarian Union released all classified documents pertaining to the League. The League of One was suddenly exposed and in danger of being hunted by enemies of the Salarians. Before any harm could be done, the team mysteriously disappeared. Most assumed this was a convenient lie to help hide their identities, but a few months later, the Inner Cabinet was murdered. Though there was no incriminating evidence, it was clear who was responsible. Realizing the threat posed by the rogue outfit, the Special Task Group dispatched a team of hunters. When they didn't return, the STG dispatched 10 of its brightest operators with broad discretionary powers. Only 2 returned. They reported no evidence of the League. No further incidents were reported, and it was assumed the League was wiped out. Some recently declassified documents, however, have suggested there may have been a 13th member who eluded the Salarian military. This is why we're finishing the stream soon, because I can't talk anymore. Anyway, so that's the League of One, which is the medallions we've been finding. And last we have the STG. Salarian intelligent field agents are grouped into an organization called the Special Task Group. STG operators work in independent cells, performing dangerous missions such as counter-terrorism, infiltration, reconnaissance, assassination, and sabotage. The STG is a proactive organization, puncturing worrisome trends before they become movements. At any time, a dozen groups are operating covertly within the lawless Terminus systems, sowing dissent among the various factions. Civilian analysts also note how troublesome hinge point individuals in Terminus frequently meet unexpected deaths. STG operators are feared throughout the galaxy for their clear-eyed, remorseless practicality. They are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their mission, even if it kills civilians or results in the team's own destruction. In many ways, they are akin to the Council Spectres. Recently, a number of STG cells have been redeployed from Salarian Union. It is assumed they are in the Terminus and Attican Traverse, investigating reports of Geth activity beyond the Perseus Veil. So that's the information on the Salarians. I find their reproductive... what do you even call it? Like, their reproductive practices is very interesting to me. I have no idea why they purposefully manufacture it so that 90% of their species is male. I assume it has something to do with power structure and how their clans operate, because Salarians operate very similarly to... How do I put this? Because I'm not super knowledgeable about this, but I know a little bit. Not modern day Chinese weddings, but Chinese weddings in the more traditional sense, where a traditional Chinese wedding is less about two people coming together in a union and has a lot more to do with two separate family clans merging into a singular one. That is the main focus of traditional Chinese marriage in a historical context. I don't think it works like that anymore. I might be wrong. Like I said, I'm not super knowledgeable about this. But that's more how the Salarians work, especially because they have zero sex drive and they have zero concept of romance. They have concepts of companionship, but they don't understand romance and they don't have a sex drive. So their concept of marriage, shall we say, is more about the joining of two clans than anything else. So I assume the 90% male percentage has something to do with that, so that you don't fracture a clan too much. I would assume that's why that happens. The Dalatresses seem very powerful. Yeah, in Salarians, they have a matriarch society. The Dalatresses are the ones in power, which I also think might be why they have that purposeful 90% male population, because females hold the power in Salarian culture because they are the ones that lay the eggs. And so the family with the female Salarian, when they are negotiating for a clan merger, which is a breeding contract, the family that has the female is the one that can make the demands as to what they want the other clan to bring to the table if they want to merge together. It's up to the family with the male member of the merger to convince the family with the female why they are worth joining and merging with the clan. So I assume it's all like power, and not in a nefarious way. I think it's so that they don't fracture up the families too much. And it might have something to do with like population size as well, especially if Salarians lay a dozen eggs a year. that might also have something to do with it. I'm not entirely sure. But that's kind of how that works. It's very fascinating. And I suppose that kind of also answers our question when we were wondering about the Rachni Queen being able to reproduce without a male. Because the Salarians can then lay eggs, and unfertilized eggs are hatched into males. So then that would also stand to reason then that that a female can lay eggs without the fertilization of a male, correct? So I suppose the Salarians work in a similar way, unless I'm misunderstanding that. But that's as much as I can gather from that information. It's really interesting, and I like it because if you interact with Salarian NPCs in the world, and you'll see that in the second and third games as well, the way the Salarians interact with each other, and you can sometimes hear them on phone calls with their family members, the way their culture works is present within the game itself, whether you read the codex or not. The way they behave within their own culture is present in everyday interactions that you might not have any context for, but it's there. Like, they did the effort to put those details in so that their NPCs talk and behave in ways that make sense. And that's why I read these things, because they're fascinating and they inform decisions that you actively see happen in the game as you're playing. It's not just there to be cute or to be flavor text. It actively impacts things you interact with in the real world. Anyway, my throat is dying until you get an Asari involved. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing, because I think once an Asari and a Salarian merge into a partnership, because Salarians are so short-lived, especially in contrast to Asari, I don't think the Salarian, the Salarian, not government, but I don't think the Salarian's family, I don't know. I don't think the union would be considered official the same way a Salarian union would. I think that would be more a partnership, but there won't be any legality to it whatsoever. And I think because 90% of their population is male, there is less stress for every male to have a contract with a female. Like, I don't think that is a thing. I think most males of the Salarian population have no interest in breeding whatsoever, which again, as a species with no sex drive and no concept of romance, I don't think they care. Like, contract union has little to do with anything except clan strength. So if you're a Salarian male and you have no interest in taking part of the contract, it's fine, nobody cares. So if a Salarian joins a partnership or union with an Asari, again, they don't care because it doesn't actually affect their breeding plans whatsoever. Unless you are actively the Salarian male who has been selected to go into a contract with a female. And even then it'd be fine, because you can still do the contract and then have an Asari partner, because it's not a romantic marriage. It doesn't matter. You only need to be there to fertilize the eggs. That is your only role in the union. So you can have an Asari partner and still take place in the breeding contract. It literally doesn't matter. Anyway, I am going to call it at that, because I'm forgetting how to play, I'm pressing the wrong buttons, and I'm not reading properly. Let me save again, I don't know why. And then I'm going to exit the game. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you all had fun, a little bit longer than usual this time. I will have this edited down, and we will have a stream again as soon as I have the electricity for it. I'm busy editing the next video, which is the 10,000 subscriber special, I guess you could call it, where it's going to be about my top 10 favorite anime. So that's the next video, and after that I'll move on to another topic, see what would be interesting to talk about, maybe something Western, because we've been talking about anime a lot. And then we'll do an art stream if the Patreon tier is still in effect for... Are we in September already? Good lord. And all of that good stuff on the main channel. And we'll stream Mass Effect whenever I have the ability to do so, and when it doesn't impact like the art stream or anything like that. So thanks for hanging out, and thanks for joining. I hope everyone has a good night. Let me exit out here. I never know how to end streams, so I always waffle on for far too long. Go here, and then I want to... Where's my mouse? Here it is. And I want to go to OBS and stop recording. Stop recording. There we go. And oh, where's my image? Put this on screen so you're not staring at a black screen. And then I will see you guys next time for whenever that happens to be. Like I said, it's a little out of my hands, so I can't let you guys know. I'm very sorry about that, but there's literally nothing I can do about it. So it's not that I feel bad, it's just I'm sorry that it's a bit inconvenient. But it's not up to me, right? But I will see you guys around. So I'm just going to hit stop stream. I should find music to play at the end of a stream for the gameplay streams, because then I don't waffle for like an extra 5 minutes because I don't know how to end these things. Okay, goodbye. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of the week, because the weekend's over, and I'll see you when I see you. Where's YouTube? Here we go. Bye, guys.